breather.
Good morning. Just testing my sound to make sure that you're able to hear me okay. Hi, Christian. Good morning. I just emailed you.
Good morning. Thank you so much.
You know what I just realized? I'm not on my headset. Just testing my sound out again. Are you able to hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you perfectly.
Good morning and welcome to the April 4th, 2024 City Council meeting. It is 9:04 in the morning. City Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Yes, good morning. Council Member Esparza?
Present.
Councilmember Bredefeld?
Here.
Councilmember Chavez?
Here.
Councilmember Maxwell?
Present.
Councilmember Arias? Council Vice President Karbasi?
Present.
And Council President Perea.
Here. All right, next we are going to move on to the invocation, which will be given by Pastor Eli Loera from Family Christian Assembly. And that will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be administered by Councilmember Bredefeld. Will everyone please stand?
Heavenly Father, we thank you for these, your servants here today that are about the business of our city, God. We thank you for their willingness to serve and the huge task they take of just being a blessing to this community. Lord, we thank you that in their time they have seen growth. We thank you that you're blessing our city. Lord, now I pray that you bless them, bless their families, bless their health, prosper them, God. Let them get here with a clear, fresh mind and speak about what they think should happen to bless our community. Lord, I pray they would not hold back. They would share their heart and tell them this is what I'm really feeling right now. God, we pray that you bless them so they can be a blessing to the community. And God, we thank you for the growth in Fresno, especially in Southwest and Southeast. We see your hand and we know that you're about it. So God, I pray right now that you continue to bless these people that are in charge of blessing us. God, we have voted them into this position so they can make decisions, and that, Lord, we would trust them and we would say they have done a good job. So bless the City Council of Fresno today, Lord, as they go about their business. In the name of Jesus Christ, I pray. Amen.
City Clerk, are there any changes or items removed from the agenda?
Yes, Council President. Item 2, I'm sorry, before I make any announcements, I did want to let everyone know in the audience that we do have Spanish translators in the back if you need any assistance. If you ladies can just raise your hand.
Hello, good morning. We will be your Spanish interpreters. If you need any assistance with Spanish interpretation, please head to the back. We have headsets available, so we can please help you.
Buenos días. Si alguien necesita ayuda para traducir algo en español, con gusto los podemos atender en la parte de atrás. Gracias.
Thank you. Item 2G regarding the 5-year service reimbursement agreement with Fresno City College. Councilmember Esparza is an employee of the Fresno City College, yet pursuant to the government code does not have a conflict with that item. And then the following items have been moved to contested consent. Item 2C as in cat, the submission and acceptance of the ACFR has been moved to contested consent by Councilmember Arias. Item 2D, as in dog, regarding the Spiral Parking Garage 7, has been moved to contested consent by Councilmember Arias. Item 2H, actions pertaining to the homeless mobile shower, has been moved to contested consent by Councilmember Arias. Item 2I, regarding the California Department of Housing, has been removed to contested consent by Councilmember Arias. Item 2N, as in Nancy, regarding the Street Outreach Training Services Agreement, has been moved to contested consent by Councilmember Karbasi. And item 2O has been tabled to the April 18th by Councilmember Arias related to the outdoor warming fires. And that is all the changes that I have, Council President.
Thank you, City Clerk. Council members, are there any other items you wish to remove, continue, or pull from consent for discussion? We're going to start in order with Councilmember Arias. Councilmember Maxwell.
No more changes, Council President.
Councilmember Chavez. Councilmember Bredefeld.
Yes, I would like to pull item 2K, and also will need to recuse myself on scheduled hearing 9:15 due to receiving contribution.
Okay, Councilmember Esparza.
Councilmember Butterfield, is that 915 number 1 or number 2?
I'm sorry, number 1.
Thank you.
None? Okay. All right, Council Vice President Carbasi. Okay, and I too will be pulling item 2K for discussion. All right, with those changes, is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended? Motion by Councilmember Arias. Second by Vice President Carbasi. Any opposition? Hearing none, item passes 7-0. All right, up next are the ceremonial presentations. We have Fair Housing Month up first. This one is sponsored by Councilmember Esparza and Maxwell.
Get our friends with the Realtors Association to join us up here at the front.
And not just the Fresno Association of Realtors. I believe with us we have the Women's Council of Realtors, the National Association of Hispanic Real Estate Professionals, the Veterans Association of Real Estate Professionals, the Fresno chapter, the Asian Real Estate Association, and the Realist of Fresno County. So welcome to you all. Welcome to the President, Gary Carter. Welcome. So it feels like we were just here. I feel like we just presented this proclamation, but we do it on an annual basis, right? This is a Fair Housing Month. We're celebrating the passage of the Fair Housing Act of 1968. I know from time to time we celebrate different milestones of our country and our community. And it can be kind of painful and almost, very cringeworthy to look back on some of the history of this country and the history even in our community of the redlining and racial segregation and discrimination in housing that occurred many, many years ago. But it's an opportunity to celebrate the turning points of when we made things right or began to turn the tide of making things right. And that began in 1968, about 56 years ago. Where we eliminated racial segregation and ended housing discrimination here in the United States. And particularly here in Fresno, we did have in the 1800s a nasty history of that. And so we have here with us today the different real estate professionals across our community that are actively combating that discrimination and segregation, not just in the law, but in their actions every single day. And I believe that is the theme of this year's Fair Housing Month 2024. Fair housing, the act in action. And you folks are the ones acting and selling homes and putting people in homes and doing so in an equitable way and demonstrating the responsibility that someone in your position should. And for that, we are grateful for you and your service in this community. Councilmember Maxwell.
We here in the city of Fresno, we really pride ourselves on helping folks achieve the American dream. And one of those things is being able to purchase a home for those that want it. Fresno is unique in the sense that we have a very diverse housing stock, and we have some of the most affordable housing in the entire state of California. And we have some of the best realtors in the entire state of California as well, helping folks move into their first home or their second home. Councilmember Esparza alluded to the redlining that was part of our shameful history in the city, where people of color, primarily African Americans or Armenians or Asian Americans, were not allowed to get a home loan or were given a very predatory home loan. And they were segregated in a very specific part of our city that has had an impact that has rolled over all the way till today. And we're still facing the repercussions from that, but we have come a long ways. We do have a very diverse group of realtors representing us here in the city of Fresno. And again, we're just very appreciative. It's only been 56 years that the Fair Housing Act has been in place. that made it illegal on a federal level under President LBJ to discriminate on housing or home loans against people of color or based off your religion, sex, or gender. It's only been 56 years that that's been illegal. We have a long ways to go, but we've done an incredible job in this county and this city. And thank you to all of you for being here today, and thank you for what you do for our community and helping people realize the American dream. It's a really big deal. Fresno is very unique in that regards, and so we're very appreciative of all of you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and before I pass on the microphone, I do want to say just another thank you for all your efforts and partnership and helping the city to create more housing within this community, something we greatly need. It's a new level of crises we face today beyond what the Fair Housing Act has solved. And just looking around all the diverse faces within the industry, I know that within the association there's a diversity committee, and so it's just great to see folks in this trade, in this profession, be so cognizant of the responsibility that they have and do it in such a responsible manner. So we appreciate you folks. I'm going to pass it on to Gary. If you want to say a few words, maybe folks introduce themselves or introduce them as well.
That'd be great. We can introduce the different organizations. We want to thank, first of all, the city of Fresno, especially Council Member Esperanza Maxwell. We appreciate that. We really do. And once again, this just goes to show Fresno Association of Realtors, the diverse group that we do have, not throughout our local community, but throughout the state. Okay? And we wouldn't be doing this out with you, the members of our community. And we want to thank you. I want to pass it on so they can each say their different organizations, okay?
Thank you. I'm Bob Voss. I'm the Fresno chapter of the VA Rep, which is Veterans Association of Real Estate Professionals.
Good morning. I'm Jack Mejia. I am the Government Affairs Director for NAREP and VAREP.
Paul Chopra. I'm here from the Asian Real Estate Agents Association of America.
Mario Quiñones. I'm the president for the National Association of Hispanic Real Estate Professionals.
Good morning, Desmarie Hedrick. I'm the Chief Executive Officer for the Fresno Association of Realtors.
My name is Mirna Garcia, and I am with the National Association of Hispanic Real Estate Professionals, regional level for Northwest Corporate Board of Governors, and I also serve on the Fresno Association of Realtors on a committee.
Good morning. I'm Wendelin Rodriguez, the President-elect for Women's Council of Realtors, Greater Fresno.
Good morning. Amy Mincer, President of Women's Council of Realtors for Greater Fresno.
Aisha Allen, President for Realtors of Fresno County and co-chair for our Diversity Committee.
Juan Sanchez, Vice President of the National Association of Hispanic Real Estate Professionals, lender, and really excited to be here. When I got in here, one of the things I thought about right away was how can we get more money for down payment assistance?
That's good. Never stop advocating. Never stop advocating. No, listen, thank you again for all of you for being here. Thank you for taking the initiative to make sure that we celebrate Fair Housing Month here at the city of Fresno, for doing the proactive outreach and ensuring that we bring awareness to this issue and bring awareness to the celebration each and every year. So it was an honor to be with you folks last year, an honor to be here again with you, the new president, and all of you folks across the different organizations again this year. So to celebrate Fair Housing Month. And so I'm going to have the clerk read the proclamation, but now therefore be it resolved that Councilmember Nelson Esparza, Councilmember Tyler Maxwell, the Fresno City Council, and Mary Jerry P. Dyer do hereby proclaim April 2024 as Fair Housing Month in the city of Fresno. Clerk, will you please read the proclamation?
Whereas this year we celebrate the 56th anniversary of the passage of the Fair Housing Act. Enacted on April 11, 1968, the Act set forth into federal law the goal of eliminating racial segregation and ending housing discrimination in the U.S. And whereas the Fair Housing Act prohibited discrimination in housing based on race, religion, color, sex, family status, national origin, and disability. The act aims to protect people from any discrimination they might encounter when they are renting or buying a home, getting a mortgage, seeking housing assistance, or any other housing-related activity. And whereas the Fresno Association of Realtors is committed to the mission and intent of Congress to provide fair and equal housing opportunities for all. The association accepts and understands the importance of inclusive communities and is devoted to developing and fostering efforts to provide housing opportunities for all. And whereas this month reminds us that housing should be accessible to all, as the city we must ensure that every one of our residents has the rights to be free of any form of discrimination. Throughout history, housing has been used as a tactic to discriminate against minority groups. We saw this and still see this today in minority-based neighborhoods that are often a great distance away from quality schools, public transportation, healthcare, grocery stores, and jobs. And whereas, although the federal act was passed over 50 years ago, we acknowledge that many communities across our city, state, and nation continue to have the barriers towards access to housing. Our city is devoted to strengthening a diverse population by making sure we move forward in addressing any gaps across access to housing. Now, therefore, be resolved that Councilmember Esparza, Maxwell, and the Fresno City Council, Mayor Dyer, do hereby proclaim April 2024 as Fair Housing Month.
All right, thank you very much, council members. Up next, we have Black Maternal Health Week. This is sponsored by Councilmember Esparza and myself.
Come on up, Council President. I forgot we're co-sponsoring this. Yeah, this is great. We've got every proclamation we have whole entourages come on up. So it's great to be joined by our friends at the Black Wellness and Prosperity Center. Thank you all for bringing this very, very important issue front and center this particular week. But really, even though it is Black Maternal Health Week, these are the folks to my left and to my right and beyond that are doing the work day in and day out on a very, very much a year-round basis. So why are we here? We're here for a very important reason, and that is with respect to maternal health. It's that Black women are 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related complications than their white counterpart here in this country. Our community here in Fresno, again, is very much no exception. This is something that we highlight here at City Hall each and every year, but that these folks are working on very much on a daily basis. And the thing about this particular issue is that 80% of these deaths can be prevented, can absolutely be prevented. And so it's my pleasure, as well with the council president, to be able to welcome the folks here who are doing the work to tell us a little more about the issue, about what some of the policy proposals and solutions are. So before we do that, I'm going to pass it on to the council president, and then I do want to hear from our friends here as well.
Thank you, council member, and thank you for your continued leadership on this year after year. The reason I'm up here today is just to reaffirm my commitment to working with you all to finding solutions. This is a preventable death, and during a time when this should be one of the happiest moments of our lives, pregnancy, unfortunately, we are still seeing these high rates of preventable deaths. And so Again, just here to reaffirm my commitment. Thank you for the work that you all continue to do on a daily basis to help us get to where we need to be to protect our residents here in the city of Fresno.
It's my turn. Thank you, Pastor, for that prayer earlier because I was a little nervous, but I'm just going to be myself. So first of all, I want to thank everyone for being here and being a support. I want to thank you for recognizing Black Maternal Health Week because it's an extremely important week for us and what we represent and what we fight for our mamas and our babies. So I really would like to thank President Annalisa Perea and Councilmember Esparza and also Councilmember Arias for supporting us in the work that we're doing and supporting our community in what we're doing. You guys have been very important to this work in our community and important to us as well. I also want to thank Miss Margaret with Cultural Brokers and First Five for being in partnership with us, Black Infant Health for being in partnership with us for this proclamation. As you know, Black Wellness and Prosperity Center is about preventing preventable outcomes in Black maternal health and death for Black mamas and Black babies. And so I just want to say that this week is a national week of awareness, activism, and it's also a community building intended to build a national conversation about Black maternal health, amplify community-driven policy, center Black mamas' voices and families and stakeholders in our communities, provide a national platform for Black-led efforts in maternal health and reproductive justice, enhance our community organizing in maternal health. And before someone else speaks, we are having several events this month to bring awareness and education on Black maternal health. Tonight, we have an art exhibit that we're going to share with you the history of Black maternal health. It'll be during the Art Hop event from 6 to 9, so if you all could please join us for that. We are also going to have a stakeholders event where the California Surgeon General will be there to speak on our behalf and what we're doing in our community. That will be held on April 15th. And we are also having a Jubilee, so it's going to be a community health fair. It's going to bring education, it's going to bring awareness and joy, Black joy. So I just want to invite you all there. There will be some flyers in the back. If you all could support us and continue to show your support for us in what we're doing in Black maternal health.
Good morning, and thank you all for, again, the proclamation. My name is Nia Hodge, and I am a manifestation and also an example of the women and men that were brought here during the diaspora who did not have agency or could not advocate for their bodies. I am also a mother who has buried a granddaughter and a daughter due to for health inequities. And so I also sit on the BWPC advisory board, and I am a champion for women, for our bodies, for advocacy and agency. And so again, I thank the BWPC, I thank the council members and the councilwomen for acknowledging this, but not just 1 week, 365, 24/7 is Black health, Black history, Black advocacy, Black agency, taking back our voices. Our bodies are not, they're not medical experiments. We are humans, and so just being able to stand here, and I'm going to say their names, Alan Jackson Webb and Ricky A. Marie Webb, to be an example and to still be able to advocate for my child and my grandchild who is not here because of the lack of advocacy or being able to have agency when they were going through 8 months, being pregnant, 8 months pregnant and dying during pregnancy because of asthma, right? So when I stand here and when I say that I'm a witness and I am an example and I'm the manifestation of that, this is what it is. And so it's not talking about it, it's being about it every day. So thank you.
Good morning, I'm Dr. Venice Curry, and I've just been touched by your testimony, and I want to thank you for sharing. I want to appreciate the people that recognize how significant this is, the work that's being done consistently on behalf of those who have died in childbirth. Many of us have personal stories that reflect the pain and the trauma of losing someone during a time when you expect there to be joy and happiness. It is a challenge every day for folks to get up and face the truth of not having that person or that child with them. But what makes it even worse is that 80% of this is preventable, that it has to do with standard of medical care, has to do with access, it has to do with racism. It has to do with where people live, how their neighborhoods are structured, whether or not they nurture them, or whether or not they create consistent harm. And so as we stand here and talk about this particular week and celebrating the folks that we've lost, we continue to do the work, because if you're focused on the numbers in Fresno County, the preterm birth and infant mortality rate will never look better as a county until it is addressed at the folks who are the most impacted. And that happens to be the African American community. Native Americans, yes. Asian and Pacific Islanders, yes. All are impacted. Latino communities are impacted. But you always start where there's the most impact, and that's how you improve. And so the people that you see here doing the work every single day in the face of multiple odds and challenges, I want to just celebrate all of you for the work. And I want to thank the council president and the council member who have consistently been supportive. I want to thank those in the back who maybe don't think this is all that important. But as a city council representing the city of Fresno, if you really want to talk about one Fresno, you have to start where there's the most impact and the most inequity. Sadly, it is represented in preterm birth and infant mortality. That is a measure of the health and the welfare of a community. It always has been, because it reflects preconception conditions as well as those conditions that structure and impact our lives. So again, thank you all for the work. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. And thank you again for your testimony.
Thank you. Good morning. Buenos dias. My name is Cindy Duraldo Hernandez with First Five Fresno County. We're grateful to be partners along with Black Wellness and Prosperity Center, Black Infant Health, Cultural Brokers, Inc., and all of the community partners. Again, we believe at First Five that the most important years are those first 5 years, and that begins with optimal, respectable, accessible maternal health. And this is why this proclamation is so critical. Thank you to the city and to Councilmember Esparza and Councilwoman Annalise Perea for this proclamation, again, because it's so critical for our babies and our mamas. And so we're really thankful, and we hope to see all of you at those events mentioned. This is about community awareness and becoming more aware of what's happening here in Fresno. So we, again, thank you for that.
Thank you again to each and every one of you. We do have one more person who's going to say just a few words. No? Yes.
Hello, everyone. I am Krista St. James, the project coordinator for the Black Child Legacy Campaign here in Fresno, California. And we just love everything that's going on. During Black Maternal Health Week, we emphasize the importance of safe sleep and just making sure that our mothers and our fathers as well have everything that they need. So I'm really excited to get the week started. Thank you.
Yeah, we appreciate, here at the City of Fresno, we appreciate all of you. I've seen, those of you who I do know personally, I've seen you advocate, and I know, we highlight it here at City Hall once annually, but you know what they say about trying to get your message out there, is that right about the time you're getting tired of saying it is the first time people are hearing it. And so I appreciate all of you continuing to push and push and push through all of that. So thank you all. So now, therefore, be it resolved that Councilmember Nelson Esparza, Council President Annalisa Perea, the Fresno City Council, and Mayor Jerry P. Dyer do hereby proclaim this week of April 2024 as Black Maternal Health Week in the city of Fresno. And clerk, will you please read the, well, actually, let's do a round of applause first, and then we'll. Clerk, will you please read the proclamation?
Whereas Black Maternal Health Week is recognized each year in April, the purpose is to help bring awareness and to engage in proactive conversation in improving Black maternal health. We dedicate this week towards community-driven policy, research, and care. And whereas the United States has the highest maternal mortality rate among developed countries, with thousands of women experiencing pregnancy complications annually, maternal mortality rates have increased with approximately 7.4 deaths per 100,000 live births and around 700 pregnancy-related deaths each year. Pregnancy-related mortality can be avoided in many cases by treating patients properly and providing high-quality care. And whereas research has consistently shown that racism compromises health, in the United States specifically, racism has continued to harm people of color. Racism is widely present and shows up in every health care. And whereas CDC data reports that Black women are 2 to 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy-related complications than white women. This alarming risk spans across all incomes and education levels. Decreasing disparities require collaboration among local, state, and federal governments, healthcare systems, providers, and social service organizations. And whereas no woman or baby shall experience a preventable preterm death or in childbirth. The shared understanding of how inequality is in outcomes based upon race, class, and gender are created by policies and practices is critical to ending these healthcare inequalities. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Councilmember Esparza, Council President Perea, and the Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim April 2024 as Black Maternal Health Week.
Thank you very much, Council Members Esparza and Council President Perea. Next, we have a proclamation for Sexual Assault Awareness Month, and the sponsor is Council President Perea.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Okay, so not all proclamations are fun all the time, but these are just equally important. And in this case, we are acknowledging Sexual Assault Awareness Month. We are still seeing very alarming rates of sexual assault here in our city, but behind every assault is a story of resiliency, a story of someone thriving and persevering through a very traumatic experience. And I do want to highlight one incident specific to my district. And a number of years ago, we have someone who is referred to as the Tower District rapist. This individual sexually assaulted over 20 women. Some are actively engaged in ensuring that he is not released from behind bars. He does have the opportunity from time to time to have a parole hearing and to be released early, but what we've seen historically is he is not ready to come back into society. And so this is a very important topic, not just within my own district, but it transcends boundary lines, it transcends our city limits. And so we will continue every year to discuss this topic, to raise awareness, and to acknowledge the work that our folks are doing each and every day to not only prevent this from occurring, but to assist the victims that continue to be victimized here in our city limits. It's also important to note, and this is Centro La Familia with me here today. Thank you all for being with me. And what I appreciate, thank you. What I appreciate about your organization is there is no one-size-fits-all type solution when it comes to addressing this topic. And anyone who knows that our community is a melting pot of folks from different cultures, different backgrounds. And what I appreciate about your organization is you take a very hands-on approach, a very intentional approach to addressing these concerns based on somebody's background and based on their comfortability level. And so I'm going to hand the mic over to you, and just looking forward to learning a little bit more about the services you offer.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mario Gonzalez. I'm the Deputy Director with Centro de la Familia Advocacy Services. And Centro de la Familia has been around for over 51 years, providing services to our community here in Fresno, primarily in West Fresno, but throughout Fresno City and Fresno County. Our services have been created to ensure that individuals in need have a place to go and can obtain those services. Our services specifically to victims of sexual assault and survivors of sexual assault started in 2009 when we were first funded to provide services to ensure that these victims, primarily non-citizen victims of crime, had an opportunity to go to an organization who could provide a service in a culturally responsive manner, who can be there for them, listen to them, and provide a wraparound, holistic approach to the needs that they needed, the services that they required. We assist individuals with obtaining restraining orders. We assist individuals with obtaining humanitarian relief if they are a victim of a crime and are non-citizen victims. And we assist individuals with our support groups, with therapy. We don't provide the therapy ourselves, but we connect them to therapists who can provide ongoing support for them so that they can move from victims to survivors of this crime. We have a lot of individuals in our community who unfortunately fall prey to victimization, but thankfully through funding from the federal government, from the state and the city, we've been able to continuously provide ongoing support to our victims and conduct outreach opportunities to ensure that we have that door that's always available for victims and survivors who have been impacted by sexual assault. With that, I'm going to introduce our staff, because we cannot do the work without the staff that's behind the work. With us, we have Ms. Candy, Ms. Mari Carmen, Ms. Mayra, we have Lisette, Kimberly, and then Martin and Chen, who is not here with us today. They lead our victim services program. They are supervising and lead advocates within the organization to ensure that victims get connected to the right advocate and get the support that they need throughout our work. So thank you again for this. And we want to remind you that on April 24th is Denim Day. On April 24th, we ask that you all wear your denim. It is a rebuke to the injustice that happened in a court where a judge said that a woman who was wearing jeans could not have been raped because her jeans were too tight. And so she had to have helped remove her jeans and have been a willing participant, and therefore the abuser was not a rapist. So on April 24th this year, and every year, we wear denim as a rebuke to that injustice that occurred in this court. And so we ask you and invite you to join us on April 24th. Wear your denim, show your denim. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And thank you for that reminder. April 24th, Denim Day. All right, City Clerk, will you please read the proclamation into the record?
Yes, whereas sexual assault defined as any crime involved unwanted force or coerced sex contact is a consistent issue affecting individuals regardless of gender or background, and whereas statistics reveal more than 1 in 3 women and nearly 1 in 4 men experiencing some form of sexual violence involving physical contact throughout their lives, and with many incidents going unreported due to various fears and barriers. And whereas the fear of retaliation, shame, concerns about immigration status, or distress of law enforcement often prevent survivors from seeking the support and justice they deserve. And whereas Centro La Familia is a local community-based nonprofit, stands as a beacon of support, offering a comprehensive array of services tailored to victims of sexual assault, including assistance with reporting crimes, navigating the legal system, securing restraining orders, and facilitating counseling referrals, among other resources. And whereas April 2024 marks Sexual Assault Awareness Month across the United States, offering a critical opportunity to raise awareness, challenge stigmas, and foster a culture of support and empowerment for survivors. And whereas Centro La Familia, recognized as culturally specific agency, plays a pivotal role in the endeavors, serving as a trusted ally and advocate for survivors within our community. Now therefore be it resolved that we, Council President Perea, Mayor Dyer, and the Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim April 2024 to be Sexual Assault Awareness Month.
Thank you, Council President Perea. Next, we have proclamation for National Crime Victims' Right Week, and the sponsor is Councilmember Maxwell. She does. You want one too? Well, good morning again, everybody. This is one of those proclamations that's not necessarily fun to give out, but extremely important to bring awareness to. Beside me, we have the James Rowland Crime Victim Assistance Center. For those of you that know me know that my very first job when I moved back to Fresno County in 2016 was as a victim advocate. And it was a very eye-opening experience to see that aspect of the criminal justice system. So much of our criminal justice system is focused on just that. It's the criminals, right? Everything from police officers that arrest a criminal to the jails and prisons that house criminals to public defenders and prosecutors and probation officers. It's all centered around the criminals. And that a very important element of the criminal justice system gets overlooked. And those are the victims, especially victims of violent crime, which is the folks around me. What they specialize in is servicing victims of violent crime, whether that's assault, sexual assault, rape, or even homicide. Last year alone, they helped serve over 800 victims in the county of Fresno of violent crimes. The folks around me, there's what, 8,000 victims. There's about a dozen folks here that service 8,000 victims of violent crime and help distribute over $1 million to these folks. And that goes to all sorts of things from counseling and therapy to relocating to a safer place, to home security, to make sure that the victims of violent crime help get some of the restitution that they deserve. You know, I always say that we pray to God that we hope the worst never happens to us, our families, or our loved ones. But if the worst does happen, the good thing is that we are in good hands with the folks around me, because these are truly some of the most compassionate people you will meet in our entire county. They are extremely experienced and empathetic and work day in and day out, serving thousands and thousands of people each and every single year to get the help that they deserve and bring the rights to the victims that they deserve as well. So I'm going to hand it over to Chief Haynes to talk a little bit more about what this proclamation means and a little bit more about the services offered at James Rowland Crime Victim Assistance.
Thank you so much, Councilman Maxwell. I'm Kirk Haynes. I'm the Chief Probation Officer for Fresno County. And our James Rowland Crime Victim Assistance Center is housed under our Fresno County Probation Department. And we are proud to be able to present to you all of the victim advocates and the probation officers who serve the victims of Fresno County. Like Councilmember Maxwell was saying, the work that we do often it goes unnoticed because the silence of victims in not just in Fresno County, but in the state of California. And so the work that these people do on behalf of victims, many of them of violent crimes, help to uplift the needs and the thoughts and the rights of crime victims in Fresno County. And so every year we recognize this week. I believe this week is April 21st through April 27th. And I'm going to ask our Assistant Deputy Chief Karen Roach, who's going to talk a little bit more about the work that we do we will be doing this week to recognize this week. But I also wanted just to let all of you know, we saw Superla Familia up talking earlier about victims of sexual assault. That's a portion of the people that we serve, including the worst crimes that people have to endure. We recognize the voices of those victims, of families, of people who have survived, people who have been killed for a variety of reasons in Fresno County. And so this is one of those times that I always like to remind our community of the importance of the work that we do, although you may not see it on the front page of the paper or in the news every day, but these folks are here supporting folks who will be going through court, trying to navigate the criminal justice system. It's tough. Even if you know and are familiar with the criminal justice system, if you are a victim or a family of a victim who is going through that journey, these folks hold the hand of those people who are going through those processes. So I want to say thank you to Deputy Chief Vicki Wells, who was here to support us, and I'm going to hand this over to Karen Roach now.
I'm going to have her use that one.
Testing. Excellent. Thank you, Chief. Thank you, council members. I'm honored to be here today on behalf of the James Rowland Crime Victim Assistance Center. I just have a small portion of my staff that are here today. We have 21 advocates and 1 probation officer, 2 student workers, 1 long-term volunteer, totaling 26 of us that work tirelessly to service the citizens of Fresno City, as well as the citizens of Fresno County who are victims of violent crime. Some of our partners in the back, I'm humbled that they stay to recognize us as well. Central La Familia is one of our dedicated and steadfast partners in our mission to service our victims. What was I going to say? I have to read what I wrote. All my advocates and all the staff of the Crime Victims Assistance Center work tirelessly to uphold victims' rights, provide services that are tailored to each client's need, treat each client with care and compassion, and assist clients throughout their healing process. Whether the staff are working the front desk, working directly with clients, or those who are behind the scenes, each staff plays an integral role in making our office successful and servicing our clients. In recognition of this year's National Crime Victims' Rights Week theme, Options, Services, and Hope for Crime Survivors, we will be hosting an Honor Walk and Resource Fair on Tuesday, April 23rd. The resource fair will be available from 3 to 7 at the Plaza Ballroom, where agencies have the opportunity to highlight their options, services, and hope that they provide crime survivors. And our Honor Walk will be at Courthouse Park from 4:30 to 5:30, which will provide a safe space for survivors, families, community members, law enforcement, our most important service providers that are going to be there with us, standing together, showing support and hope for crime survivors as they walk their path towards healing. So we all invite everyone to come join us in an effort to wrap our survivors and victims and thrivers as they navigate this process. Thank you for honoring us. It's appreciated. This work, as Chief Haynes and Councilmember Maxwell indicated, sometimes does go unnoticed, but rest assured, should you, family member, loved one, colleague, ever need our assistance, you know you're going to be in good hands, as well as our friends in the back of Central La Familia. You guys will be in good hands. Thank you very much.
Again, you got 24 people servicing thousands of people in the county every year going through the worst weeks of their lives. And so we really appreciate everything that you do to our victim advocates. Thank you for giving a voice to the voiceless and uplifting them during the hardest time of their entire lives. The city of Fresno appreciates you and recognizes you. And at this time, I'll have the city clerk read the proclamation into the record.
Whereas from April 21st to the 27th, National Crime Victims' Rights Weeks will recognize victims of crime and explore supportive measures that can be taken to address victims' needs. And whereas violent crimes in the county and city of Fresno continues to victimize members of the community and highlights the importance of advancing resources for the physical and emotional aftermath of a crime. And whereas when any community member of this city or throughout the nation is harmed by crime, all are touched by the devastating results. Working to break the cycle of violence enhances public safety, public health, and whereas throughout the year, the Fresno County Probation Department's James Rowland Crime Victim Assistance Center continues to embrace its Voice for Victims approach and provide much needed services to victims and witnesses of crime throughout the Fresno County. And whereas, under the guidance and direction of the Fresno County Probation's Department, more than 8,000 crime victims were served in 2023, and historically over $1 million of state compensation funds are received annually by victims of crimes in the Fresno County. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Dyer, and the Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim April 21st to the 27th as the National Crime Victims' Rights Week.
All right, we're going to move on to council member reports and comments. We're going to go in order, starting with Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council President. Just quick informational, next week, our office officially starts our budget neighborhood meetings. Every year since I've been in office, we've had neighborhood meetings prior to the mayor releasing his proposed budget. And we hear directly from the residents about what they want prioritized this upcoming year in terms of infrastructure, public safety, parks, and other resources. So they'll kick off on April 10th at Adams Elementary, followed by April 11th at Mary Ella Brown, then April 15th at the Monarch in downtown Chinatown, and it'll conclude in the Tower Theater on April 16th. So look forward to having the residents provide us their priorities for this upcoming budget year. Thanks again to the Parks Department for doing additional engagement as we develop a plan to revitalize and renovate our community centers in West Fresno. Those meetings continue starting this Saturday and next Saturday as well. We did a groundbreaking this week for the new park in West Fresno. The 10-acre park has begun construction and should be completed within about 8 months, as well as the new housing project that we spent the last 5 years developing on Parkway, the Promesa residential units. Thank you again for everyone who was helping us, and I did receive your memo, City Manager, on contracted law enforcement for that area, so I'll take a look at it today and get back to you with any questions. Lastly, opening day for the Grizzlies is Tuesday, April 9th, so I invite everyone to come in and join us for the kickoff of baseball, and I'm sure we'll enjoy our new suite at the baseball stadium. The last thing I'd like to point out, Council President, and for the public's benefit, I am in receipt of the correspondence from Valley Children's Chief Legal Counsel, which came in last night, or last evening to be exact, and I found the letter to be sloppy, emotional, and quite frankly beneath that of a chief legal counsel for such a large and prestigious institution. I'm surprised that somebody who garnered $1 million salary in 2021 and a $2 million loan from hospital proceeds would be this sloppy in their correspondence to public officials about serious matters about children's. I am officially in receipt of it. I will be responding at some point, but in the meantime, I would simply ask Valley Children's in your next correspondence, please get the names of these council members correctly. I can assure you, my colleague to the left, his name is Luis Chavez, not Luis. So with that, council, thank you for the time, and I hope Valley Children's gets their act together instead of sending letters that gentrify our identities.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Maxwell.
Thank you, Council President. I just quickly wanted to thank my amazing District 4 staff and all of our community partners for helping us put together our second annual Great Easter Egg Hunt at Einstein Park. This is an event we started last year to bring community members together, provide resources, fun and entertainment. Last year we did 500 Easter eggs, and they went pretty fast. So this year we did 5,000 eggs, and they went just as fast. So we had a lot of folks coming out. It was really good to see all the neighbors and be able to provide both City Hall resources and nonprofit and community resources for all the District 4 neighbors as well. So thank you to the over 600 families that came out that day. As some of you have probably read in the press, I did spend the last week in Tokyo. The purpose of the visit was to explore the public transportation system, primarily the high-speed rail. As you know, the high-speed rail is coming to Fresno, and we need to make sure that we're prepared for it. And so we need to make sure that the $300 million we're receiving from the state of California are dollars spent well in preparation for the eventual infrastructure that the city will be seeing, as well as the eventual housing and commercial properties as well. And so I really just want to give a kudos and a shout out to Mayor Jerry Dyer for embracing innovative and what is sometimes a controversial technology. I'm talking, of course, about the bidets in the hotel bathroom, but also the high-speed rail. It's coming. We need to make sure that we're prepared for it. And we were also able to explore the light rail, the buses, and all the other forms of public transportation around the greater Tokyo area as well. So I appreciate everybody who made that trip possible. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Council President. Just a really quick thank you to our Parks Department. We are in preparation for our annual Senior Spring Fling that will occur on Friday, May the 3rd, over at the Mosqueda Community Center. Last couple years, we've expected hundreds of senior citizens that come and have fun, participate in our bingo and barbecue events. The event runs from 9:30 to 1 p.m. We will be putting it on our social media, and obviously all our seniors across the city are welcome to attend, but it will be in celebration of Older Americans Month this upcoming month. And then I also want to thank our Public Works Department. We went through a list of all the projects coming up for Southeast yesterday. So a lot of announcements that will be coming forth, and thank you, City Manager, for your team, for the work that they've been doing across the city. So we ask our residents to be a little bit patient. The Complete Streets project that runs from 6th Street to all the way to Cedar along to Larry, hopefully will be finished soon, but once it's completed, our kids that go from Jackson, from Rowell to Roosevelt will have a sidewalk and a safer place to walk on. So with that, thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Council Member. Council Member Butterfield. Council Member Esparza.
Thank you, Council President. This past weekend, my staff participated in the Jackson CDC, the Community Development Corporation's annual Easter celebration, where they had a giant Easter egg hunt for children at Jackson Elementary School. So I want to thank the Jackson CDC for having us there, always a great partner when it comes to taking care of the neighborhood. This coming Saturday, we're having a Beautify Fresno event at Manchester Center from 10 a.m. to noon. I welcome everyone in the community to come out to the Manchester Center. It's always great to see all the different faces and different organizations that step up and come from all over the community to come down into District 7 and help clean up the neighborhood. So thank you to Beautify Fresno, and thank you to all of our volunteers who will be out there helping out on Saturday. Lastly, as you heard from my colleague, Councilmember Maxwell, last week the mayor and my council colleagues and I part of a delegation that embarked on a trip to Tokyo, Japan, to learn more about their high-speed rail, as well as about the development surrounding their high-speed rail stations. It was my first time on a high-speed train, a very informative trip, and that's really, I think, is informative on how council will make their decisions on our high-speed rail station here and what we aim to develop around it here in downtown. And I think you'll hear from the mayor about how some of his ideas about bridging downtown with Chinatown and such. But I also want to thank the other folks who are part of our delegation, the Fresno EDC, Downtown Fresno Partnership, High Speed Rail, for the role that they played and making the trip a success. It was just last week really a mad dash trip. We were there and back. I think I can count on two hands the number of hours I slept since we were backwards on our time. In addition to Tokyo, we visited also Osaka and Shizuoka. In Shizuoka, I think probably is, in terms of the stations that we saw, probably the closest to, probably closest model to that we can probably get to Fresno. Some of the other ones were a little bigger, but Shizuoka was a little more manageable size and similar to Fresno County. So we spent quite a bit of time there exploring. And it was there in Shizuoka where the mayor earned his Japanese nickname, the Shizuoka Bazooka. So that followed him home. So that'll be all for my report, Council President.
Thank you, Council Member. Council Vice President.
Thank you, Madam President. Okay, so first of all, happy Easter. It was a great day on Sunday. The weather was awesome, so I hope everyone enjoyed being with family, whether they went to church or went to the park. It was a wonderful day. Number two, regarding the Tokyo trip, I want to thank my colleagues and the mayor. It's not easy to take it was a very short trip and a lot of travel time, but being the fifth largest city and the fourth largest economy in the world, it's very important we have these delegations go out. Japan's always been a strong trading partner with this country. And to be able to attract those jobs and that investment is a very big deal. You guys took a big excursion. I appreciate that. Mayor, thank you for the tea. You were the only member of the delegation that brought me a gift, so thank you very much. Okay, and thank you, Nelson, too. Okay, thank you all. And that's how that's done. No, I'm kidding. But thank you. That was really great. I'm a big supporter of our sister city relationships. And the good news is the Kochi folks are coming here next month, and we get to talk about this amazing delegation that visited their country. Thank you for your efforts. On a more somber note, I do want to just reach out to our good friend Deborah Rush. Unfortunately, her daughter Kendra was murdered a few weeks ago. Deborah's a wonderful person who's a big part of this city in terms of working with breaking the chains to give advocacy and a voice to women who are impacted by human trafficking. And our hearts go out to Deborah and her family at this time. Unfortunately, Fresno has also been, Northwest Fresno has experienced a lot of burglaries since the start of the year. And in Northwest Fresno, we also have not only the city, but we have a lot of county islands. Last night, we had a community meeting. It was extremely well attended, but I do appreciate Chief Balderrama for coming out to that meeting, along with Sheriff John Zanoni for being at that meeting, and the entire team from our detectives to their property crimes unit for Area 2 were all out there, answered a lot of questions for folks, gave them ideas for best practices. The one thing I will say is if you have a home alarm system, even if you're leaving your home for 5 minutes, please turn on the alarm when you leave the home, because these people are coming in during the day and they know when you leave your home. And also they're going in through bedroom windows. If you can get if you have an alarm system, get a glass break sensor. That also makes a bit of a difference. But thank you very much for the efforts, and also thank you to Captain Tom Rowe. Council President Paray and I have the best police captain in Fresno. I'll just throw that out there. He's a terrific person who cares a heck of a lot about the residents he serves. And that's all I have for my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Mayor, where's my tea? I like tea too. All right, I'm waiting. For District 1, I just wanted to take a moment to express my gratitude to CSO Danny Guzman and the Neighborhood Watch team. They played a critical role in organizing a group of neighbors recently just to discuss recent petty level type crimes within District 1. So if anyone is interested in starting a Neighborhood Watch group in your neighborhood, you can go to makefresnosafer.org, or you can reach out to my office at 621-7817 for more details. Last week, I had the opportunity to host a roundtable with Assemblymember Juan Carrillo. We brought together a group of about 12 local businesses, and so we got to speak directly with the Assemblymember, who is the chair of the local government committee up in Sacramento, and just exchange ideas, talk about pain points that are specific to the Central Valley. And so it was a great conversation and an important one to be had as our legislators are up in Sacramento making rules that impact the entire state of California. And then I do want to just give a thank you to the Fresno Association of Realtors. They did invite me to be their guest speaker at last week's executive meeting, and so it was a fantastic opportunity just to share some of my current priorities and provide an opportunity to give updates on ongoing projects. I give a lot of shout outs to Public Works, but they are doing a lot of work in District 1, from concrete repair to road repaving to helping us get trees planted. Every single day we have city folks out in District 1 in our neighborhoods, and so I'm just very appreciative for the hard work that continues to happen on a daily occurrence for the residents of my district. And lastly, I do want to congratulate all the employees who were recognized yesterday. Your hard work and dedication are the backbone of our city, and so just honored to that we do have this quarterly event to be able to recognize the hard work of the people every single day working on behalf of our entire city. That concludes my comments, and so we're going to transition to Mayor Jerry Dyer.
Thank you, Council President. I just wanted to discuss a couple of events that I went to this last week, both of them with Councilmember Arias. And the one I think that was most exciting for me is the unveiling, or the groundbreaking, I should say, of the 10-acre park in West Fresno. the first park that's been constructed over there in 20 plus years. And this is an area that's been, as you know, left behind, oftentimes forgotten. And the work that's being done over there today is something that I think is should be exciting for everyone, and not only the West Fresno campus, the 10-acre park, and a number of other things. One of those today that will be talked about with Starbucks. And so I just think that West Fresno is finally getting the things that they need. So it was pretty exciting to see that park, the groundbreaking. The other was the Promesa Commons unveiling on Parkway. This is another area that has a history of human trafficking, gang violence, drug sales, and what's happened over there with our emergency shelters, the conversion of these motels, and now the transformation of those the shelters into permanent housing, both affordable as well as market rate housing and mixed use development along all of Parkway. So it is really going to transform Parkway. Over the next 3 to 4 or 5 years, I think people are going to not be able to recognize Parkway for what it is. And then the last thing is, I too want to touch on our trip to Japan, because it was a whirlwind, leaving on Sunday and then coming back relatively short period of time and having a 16-hour time difference. But what I share with folks who have asked the question, why do we need to go? And it's very simple. You have to see what we saw and experience what we experienced in order to understand how economic development ties into high-speed rail. And we're going to have the first high-speed rail station in the nation in downtown Fresno. It's going to reconnect Chinatown and downtown through this high-speed rail station, through a pedestrian bridge. And the economic activity that occurs within and around these stations is something that you have to witness. And as I gave the example, it's almost like transplanting Fashion Fair Mall in and around your downtown area and high-speed rail station. And to see the number of people that are coming through the station and shopping and eating at restaurants and all the other activity that occurs at that station is, you have to see it to understand it. So I want to say thank you, Councilmember Maxwell, Esparza, as well as Chavez for going on that trip with us, and as well as our staff. I think it is something that is going to be very rewarding in the future. And what other folks may not know is the person who is designing our high-speed rail station went with us. So we really got to experience the importance of how intermodal transportation hub ties into the station, and the importance of dividing the buses from the taxis to the passenger cars. So anyway, it was a very rewarding trip for me, and I think it's going to be very rewarding for the city of Fresno as well. Thank you, President.
Thank you, Mayor. City Manager, anything to report?
Thank you, Council President. As you all have talked about, we had Easter this past weekend, and I want to acknowledge all of the team that was involved in making sure that our regional and neighborhood parks were ready for all of the families that were able to enjoy them. Of course, our esteemed Parks Director, Aaron Aguirre, Parks brought on 70 additional employees for the weekend to help keep the parks free of trash and debris, help the guests navigate the park, help them with the park mobile app. We also had 11 youth employment program participants assisting, and the staff started work at 5 a.m. and many stayed as late as 10 p.m. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So while our residents' families were enjoying the parks, our employees' families were without their loved ones. Police and our park rangers. This is the first Easter that we had our park rangers out in force, and they were fantastic. They were engaging with the community and very instrumental in keeping the parks safe and the residents engaged in understanding what the process is. Planning, we had parking enforcement officers out in force, public works, traffic engineering, landscape maintenance, and our Youth Job Corps program. We had additional 10 ambassadors helping with the operation. So well done to the entire team. Could not have done it without you. And very, very appreciative of all of their hard work.
Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, City Manager. City Clerk, anything to report today?
No reports today.
All right, City Attorney, anything to report?
Good morning, Council President. I have been made aware that attorneys representing Valley Children's Hospital sent communications of a legal nature to my client, the City of Fresno, specifically to council members and other charter officials. I strongly urge that the hospital's legal team immediately cease and desist contacting city officials regarding legal matters without including the Fresno City Attorney's Office in those discussions. If these communications continue without my knowledge, my office will not hesitate to report this conduct to the California State Bar. That's all.
Thank you, City Attorney. All right, up next, we're going to move to scheduled hearings and matters. We're going to start with our 9:15 number 1 item.
And I'm going to recuse myself, City President.
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Bredefield. This is to consider an appeal of the approval of CUP application number P23-00835 and plan development permit number P23-03090 and the related environmental findings. This item was continued from our last meeting, and at that meeting we did take public comment and we did close the public comment portion for the public hearing. So we will therefore go straight to the City Council discussion, but we're going to first start by hearing a presentation from staff regarding any updates since the last meeting. Good morning.
I'm Philip Seegers with the Planning and Development Department. The next item before you for consideration is an appeal related to the conditional use permit application number P23-00835, the related plan development permit application number P23-02080, and the related environmental findings. And to just provide a little short recap, the subject applications do pertain to 2.9 acres of vacant property that are located at the southwest corner of Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard and East Church Avenues in southwest Fresno. And the site is located between Gaston Middle School and the new West Fresno Center City College campus. The project proposes to develop the site with a 5,700 square foot multi-tenant commercial shell building, and that shell building will include a Starbucks cafe and an associated drive-through facility. There will also be additional on and off-site improvements, including parking, landscaping, trash enclosures, etc. As Council President previously mentioned, the subject applications were considered on March 7th, 2024, and the items were considered by the City Council due to an appeal received by Councilmember Arias. After public comments and council deliberation, the item was continued to today so that staff could address questions and provide clarification on the number of drive-thrus that were being considered, as well as infrastructure improvements and pedestrian and transit safety. And so regarding the number of drive-thrus, staff would like to provide clarification that only one commercial shell building is being considered and was proposed as part of the conditional use permit application. The site plan that was submitted did depict a second building that was noted as a future building to be developed under a subsequent entitlement application. It did depict a drive-through facility again, but that was shown for conceptual purposes, and a second drive-through facility was not proposed and is not being considered. And any development that would occur for that second building would require a subsequent entitlement, such as a development permit or a conditional use permit application. And regarding infrastructure improvements and pedestrian and transit safety, the intersection of Church and Martin Luther King Jr. will receive modification improvements to support not only the project site, but also the West Creek Village. Improvements include widening and restriping the southwest and eastbound approaches, as well as dedicating a left and right turn lanes, as well as through lanes and accessible crosswalk at the corner. It's also noted that the off-site improvements are to be completed prior to construction of this project. For transit safety, there is an existing FACTS bus route that serves southbound Route 32 that's located on the northwest corner of Church and Martin Luther King Jr. And there's also an existing FACTS bus stop that's located across the street in a bus bay, and that's approximately 400 feet south of Church Avenue. And that serves bus route 32 as well, the northbound. And per the off-site improvements that will be, the off-site improvement plans for the project, as well as that are incorporated as part of the West Creek Village Plan, there is a bus bay that is identified, and that'll be in the southbound lane of Martin Luther King Jr., just south of Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, right, no, just south of Church Avenue, I'm sorry. Public Works staff has confirmed that the bus bay or the pocket is designed to be a bus bay to accommodate a future bus stop. And staff from FACTS has noted that they do plan to move the existing bus stop, which is stop 1148. That's currently located at the near side of, just on the north side of Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, to the proposed bus bay that's located on the southwest corner. And so once the sidewalk and gutters and curbs are in place, FACTS can then relocate the existing bus stop across the street into that location. And they've indicated that they can relocate that within 14 days of completion and notifying current users of the relocation. And then if and when those amenities are warranted, FACTS would take care of that. And it's also noted that the applicant did provide a revised site plan that depicts only one drive-through building. So that second building that was a future building that previously showed a second drive-through facility, that has been revised to no longer show a drive-through facility. The applicant, the developer group, has also provided a letter stating their intent that they do not intend to propose a future drive-through at that location. And so those exhibits have been included in the staff report. And to summarize again, the items that are being considered are the conditional use permit for only one drive-through facility, as well as the related plan development permit and the environmental finding. And staff recommends council deny the appeal and uphold the uphold staff's approval of the conditional use permit. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much. I was advised that because we do have new information that has been presented just now, that we should go out to the public for public comment on the new information. So with that being said, I do have a request from Bob Mitchell to speak on this item. Good morning, Mr. Mitchell. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Madam President and council members. My name's Bob Mitchell, Southwest Fresno, longtime resident, and I'm here to address the project site at Martin Luther King and Church Avenues. I've been involved in this process for quite some time. When I first met one of the developers who held numerous meetings in our community, which I intended regarding this development. It's something that we have long sought for our community. We have long sought commercial businesses to come to our community of a nature that will bring good business and not affect us in a negative fashion. I last spoke in opposition or on a neutral basis based on what I felt were the safety factors that concerned me and those in our community. Having had an opportunity to discuss all of the mitigating factors with the Public Works Director, and now these new additional mitigating factors, I feel that the most concerned part of my thought process was that of safety and not related to a business coming to our community. These additional mitigating factors have somewhat alleviated those concerns that I had. It is important to note that there is going to be a drive-through, but not two, on that property. And that, in addition to the extension of the right turn lane from one of the mitigating factors also will lessen the possibility of the potential traffic hazards that I foresaw and others in our community foresaw for our students who attend Gaston School, those who are traveling to the new West College campus, Fresno City College campus. So having stated all of that, Madam President, I no longer have a reason to be concerned, and I am in support of the project as indicated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Mayor, you'd like to speak on this item as well?
It's always good to follow Sergeant Mitchell. He's the official mayor of West Fresno. Yeah, I did want to give a little bit of history. Over the last couple of years, I have spent considerable time on this issue. First, having conversations with Starbucks corporate folks, having a number of phone conversations and Zoom, and then inviting them out to Fresno and actually spent about 6 hours with them, driving them through Fresno, through West Fresno, explaining the history, the things that have occurred over that history, the redlining, the neighborhoods that have been abandoned, and for the need for outside folks, especially corporate, to come into West Fresno and invest, and showed them the West Fresno campus at the time it was being built, and the importance of having them come in to our that area, and in hopes that other corporate businesses would follow. And so it is my hope that this council will support this Starbucks in West Fresno. It's going to be the largest Starbucks in Fresno. It's going to hire from within that community. It is going to be a community Starbucks, and I do believe that West Fresno is deserving of it, and as well as financial institutions, grocery stores, which I know are all on the horizon for West Fresno. So encourage the council to support this item, and I'll quote what DJ Kreiner told me one day, tongue in cheek. He said, "If we could just get a Starbucks in West Fresno, I think we will have made it." And so I hope that you will support this today.
Thank you, Mayor. Is there anyone else in the council chambers who wishes to provide public comment on the 915 number 1 item? Please come forward at this time. See none. Is there anyone on Zoom who wishes to provide public comment?
There are no speakers on Zoom.
All right, I will close the public hearing. This is for the 915 number 1 item. I'll bring it back up to the dais, and I have Councilmember Arias punched up.
Thank you, Council President. I just want to start off with a couple of thank yous. Thank you to Mr. Mitchell and Mrs. Darden for continuing to hold the line when it comes to improving conditions in West Fresno and not settling, even for a latte, to worsen conditions in West Fresno. It was your advocacy that got us to a position to press pause and slow the process down to ensure that this new development actually improves conditions in West Fresno and doesn't worsen them, even if it's for the purpose of the convenience of a latte in our city. As a council, we have invested tens of millions of dollars in the last 5 years alone to improve safe route to schools. That means traffic lights, crosswalks, intersections, new sidewalks, and bike lanes around all these schools around our city that were poorly designed, where development created a traffic safety hazard, and it's expensive. On average, it's about $4 to $5 million per school site that we've had to fix. So it's been my goal to ensure that whatever actions we take in this body doesn't undo that investment, even if it's for the convenience of a coffee, because ultimately that will come back to this city to fix. And in doing so, we have to be very especially critical around school sites. We have a city that leads the nation in pedestrian deaths. We have too often distracted drivers and competing uses in close proximity. This proposal is being developed near 4 school sites that have significant amount of traffic and pedestrian heavy use. So I wanted to make sure that we made improvements. With that, I want to enter into official record. I know it's been added to the application, but I want to put on the record clearly that the development team has committed not to opening a second drive-through operation in the same parcel. Not today or tomorrow or 2 or 3 years from now, because that would literally replicate the In-N-Out and Chick-fil-A at River Park near 4 schools, and that would surely lead to fatalities in our city. And secondly, that a new site plan has been included on the record that ensures that that would not take place. So with that, I'd like to make the following motion: to adopt the environmental assessment dated January 3rd, 2024, to deny the appeal and uphold the director's determination to make the findings B as in boy of the planned development permit. I find that the subject site is physically suitable for the type and intensity of the land use being proposed. However, it can only support one drive-through facility. So I'd like to amend the director's determination to condition the site for only one drive-through as part of the conditional use permit. Additionally, to expand the striping of the future right turn lane on Church Avenue to be extended to the reach of West Creek Village Way shown on the site plan in order to prevent further traffic on Church Avenue. With those 2 changes and as additional conditions, I make a motion to approve, Council President.
I have a motion to approve. Was that a second, Councilmember? And a second by Councilmember Chavez. Councilmember, you're punched up. Councilmember Chavez, you're up.
Thank you, Council President. Just want to thank the folks that are bringing the Starbucks to Southwest Fresno. Having gone through the recent opening that we had in Southeast over on Chestnut and close to Cambridge High School, I can tell you that we worked through a lot of those same concerns that Councilmember Arias has with regards to traffic, with regards to being a good neighbor and a partner to a school. And the Starbucks, if you look at the one in Southeast, is literally right next to the campus that we have there. So appreciate what they're doing. And more importantly, every year when we go to ICSC, and I had an opportunity this past year to speak with some of the Starbucks representatives, when making their determination on where they go and place these Starbucks, they obviously look at rooftops, they look at discretionary spending. We know that in Southwest, oftentimes that's one of the challenges that are flagged for us, so I want to thank them for making that concerted effort in locating there in Southwest and bringing that amenity to the residents for our community. I did have 2 questions, and I don't know if we have the representative from Starbucks here or somebody that can answer that, because there was a statement made with regards to making an attempt to hire folks from the community. Do we have somebody that can answer that, those questions here today? Who's going to be the brave soul? They probably got stuck at the drive-thru going through Starbucks.
Hi, council members. Yeah, they may be attending on Zoom, but I'm not sure. But there's definite attempt to hire from within the community.
So what would that look like, in practical? Would there be a concerted effort on reaching out to the community there? Maybe Mr. Hall can answer that question.
Thank you, Councilman Chavez. You may want to move back to your childhood home on Modoc now. But to answer that question, I think this council knows who I am by now. You can't come into Southwest Fresno and not be held accountable. West Creek Village development in this Starbucks location is different from any in the nation. It's being developed by a brother from that neighborhood, me. I'm not bringing it there to employ folks from crosstown and take our dollars from crosstown. So we'll be working hand in hand with the regional rep for Starbucks in charge of their stores, making sure that our people are in line for those jobs, not just at the Starbucks, but everything that we build in West Creek Village. Our retailers are under strict instructions. Go out and look for minorities to put in our retail locations. People of color. We got a lot of Chicana going in there. Don Valenzuela and an African American are partners in that location. So yes, sir, absolutely. Not just Starbucks, but everybody.
No,
Okay.
appreciate
Thank
that, sir. And I just wanted to make sure that we had that on the record because I know folks are excited about that. And thank you for choosing that location in Southwest. I think you know that that neighborhood has gone through a transformation. And I think this is a big part of bringing those amenities to communities that have long been neglected, not just recently, but decades long. So thank you, and thank you to the folks that have been doing that. And I have nothing but good things to say about Starbucks and their efforts and working in Southeast and opening up the facility over there and getting folks to be hired from the neighborhood, because that's important for those areas. So thank you for that. Those are all the questions I had, Council President.
Councilmember Chavez, I just got a message from the Starbucks representative who was having difficulty getting on. I asked if they are committed to hiring from the neighborhood, and the answer is yes, and we partner with workforce nonprofits for recruitment.
Awesome. Thank you. But I know with Mr. Hollenbaugh that that's going to happen. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, council member. Okay, this is the 9:15 a.m. number 1 item. I have a motion by Councilmember Arias and a second by Councilmember Chavez. Any opposition? Seeing none, item passes 6-0 with Councilmember Butterfield recusing himself.
Thank you all.
Up next is our 9:15 a.m. number 2 item. This is a hearing to consider rezone application number P23-02992. The hearing for this matter will be as follows. We'll first hear a staff presentation, followed by the applicant presentation. Then we'll take public comments in favor of the rezone, then public comment in opposition to the rezone, followed by the applicant's rebuttal. We'll close the hearing and then bring it back up to the dais for council discussion and action. So the first step will be the staff presentation. Good morning.
Yes. Good morning, Council President and Council members. I'm Israel Trejo with the Planning and Development Department. This item before you was filed by Gary McDonald on behalf of CRD East. Thank you, CRD East Incorporated. Before I get into the details of the application, do you want to kind of explain what the application type is? So traditionally, when you've seen a rezone before you, it's a change in land use, i.e. rezone to commercial, or residential to commercial, commercial to industrial, industrial to office. In this case, there is no change in land use proposed. Rather, the rezone application is a request by the applicant to change conditions of zoning that were tied to a rezone approved back in 2021. With that, I just want to go into a brief history of Copper River Ranch. So in 2003, the City of Fresno certified an EIR that allowed for 2,837 dwelling units. That was on approximately 700 acres and allowed for approximately 250,000 square feet of office and commercial space. Fast forward to 2021, City Council certified a subsequent EIR. That subsequent EIR added an additional approximately 100 acres to the Copper River Ranch project. There were also various plan amendments and rezones that were adopted back in 2021. Those conditions that were adopted in 2021 they relate to public infrastructure improvements, including timing of traffic signals. The timing is indicated in a Public Works memo dated September 28th, 2021. There's a language within those conditions that state prior to issuance of building permits, various traffic signals are required to be operational. Those traffic signals include Olympic at Millbrook, Olympic at Cedar, Chestnut and Buheimer, and Chestnut in Somerville. So the way the language currently reads is prior to building permits, those traffic signals must be operational. The applicant is requesting to change that language to prior to occupancy. So a bit of a nuance there. What does that mean? So currently today, the applicant, if they were to submit a building permit for a house, that building permit would get rejected because the traffic signals are not operational. The applicant is proposing to change that language to prior to occupancy. So what does that mean? The applicant would be allowed to submit a building permit and process it through the building department. However, occupancy would not be granted until those 4 signals are operational. And so that's the request. Change the language from prior to building permits, change that language to prior to occupancy. 4 signals that are in question include, again, Olympic in Millbrook, Olympic at Cedar, Chestnut in Somerville, Chestnut in Beehammer, as outlined in the exhibit before you. That concludes my presentation. I can answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Up next, we have the applicant presentation, if you so wish. It's not required. Good morning. You have up to 10 minutes. You can use as much or as little of that as possible.
Shouldn't take long, I hope.
All right. Good morning.
Good morning, Councilmember Perea and members of the council. My name is Gary McDonald. I'm one of the principals at Copper River. We've been working since 1998 on this project. We were approved in 2004 for the 2,800 units. Since then, we've added additional units and more land. The total, including the golf course, is about 1,000 acres. We've been working with the staff to get the final approval towards finishing our project, which we think will take about 5 more years. And we've been working with your staff, and we agree with the report that they've made for approval. Jennifer Clark and Israel Trejo have been working in the planning department. Scott Mosier and Harmon Dollawall and Jill Gromley have been very helpful in this process. So with that, I ask your unanimous approval, and I'm here to answer any question.
Thank you very much, Mr. McDonald. Up next, we have public comments in favor of the rezone. Is there anyone in the council chambers who wishes to speak in favor of the 9:15 a.m. number 2 item? Please come up at this time. Seeing none, do we have anyone on Zoom who wishes to speak in support of this rezone?
There are no speakers on Zoom.
All right. Public comments in opposition to the rezone. Anyone in the council chambers who wishes to speak in opposition to the 9:15 number 2 item? Seeing none, is there anyone on Zoom who wishes to speak in opposition?
Yes, we have Des Martinez.
Good morning, Des. You have 3 minutes. This is on the 9:15 a.m. number 2 item. It's the rezone application.
Yeah, on the rezone application, I'm just wondering how many of these units, he said they added more residential units, they had 2837. How many of these are affordable housing? I mean, it looks like on the map they have a lot of land up there. And I'm just wondering, with the affordable housing units that were behind 10,000 units, are any of these developers or Gary McDonald Homes or anything, are they building any affordable housing for the lack of housing that we have here? Or are we just going to rezone for more housing that is at market rate up there, which is unaffordable for a lot of us below Shaw? That's just a question I know you guys aren't going to answer, but I'm just putting it out there on record. How many affordable housing units will be built out there in addition to them adding to Copper River? Or am I not allowed out there? That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Des. Any other folks on Zoom who wish to speak in opposition to this item?
We have Bob McCloskey.
Good morning, Bob. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I wanted to raise several concerns. One, again, as Ms. Martinez mentioned, there's a big shortage of affordable housing. And the last report I saw, I think it was the city or county Fresno housing report, it showed that the vast majority of new housing last year was above market rates. I forget the numbers. There was quite a few market rates, but a very low number of below market rate housing. That is part of what we're looking at here. The last report wasn't good in terms of building more affordable housing. The other issue is, of course, water use. I mean, I heard that the developer, the gentleman mentioned, a golf course. You know, we're in a dry future. We get some rain. Sometimes we're not getting enough. We're actually still in a drought period. We should not put in any golf courses. It's not an appropriate use of water in this area. And I certainly hope that the city improves its rates of building below market rate housing, as I mentioned before. The biggest growth increase was for above market rate housing. The public needs to understand that. We're not against the kind of development that's going on, but you have to have a certain amount of affordable housing built at the same time, and I don't see those projects happening. Not at the rate they should be. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Any additional speakers?
There are no more speakers.
All right. Then at this time, I'm going to close the public comment portion for this public hearing. Up next, we do have an applicant's rebuttal. Mr. McDonald, I don't know if there's anything you want to address or anything you want to say to close us out.
Just a brief statement on neither the issue with water, which we went through the SEIR, and there's adequate water for our project, or low-income housing. Neither one of those issues are part of what we're talking about today. So I ask your approval for what is before us.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to bring it up to the council dais, and up first we have Council Member Bredefield.
Thank you. Just one question. We were meeting, I think we had a couple of meetings on the lights at these intersections. What's the progress on getting them completed at this juncture, City Manager?
Council Member, thank you. And just a reminder, this is not an approval of housing units. This is not an approval of a golf course. This is merely changing the requirement of the traffic signal from building permit to occupancy. Then in the last week, the Willow and Copper was turned on. And one of the reasons why we had to do this is, as we know from our own experience, there is a supply chain shortage of the controller boxes for traffic signals. And in some instances, it was up to a 2-year wait for them. So that is one of the reasons why we had to delay from building permit to occupancy. We are expecting that the rest of the signals are on schedule to be turned on by approximately June, prior to occupancy. So from a safety perspective, it's important to have those traffic signals on before the people are there. So once the people are there, the intersections are controlled in a safe manner.
Well, I appreciate that. We did meet. I appreciate your staff's work. I appreciate the applicant and their work. We're all trying to make this happen so we can get these homes built and occupied. With that, I'm fully supportive of this and make a motion to approve.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Councilmember Bredefield. This is for the 9:15 a.m. number 2 item. I have a second by Councilmember Carbasi. Up next, I have Councilmember Arias.
I do have one question for staff or the developer. I've never seen one of these before us in my 5 years where we're granting permission for people to get the green light on occupancy versus building permits phase. So is it my understanding that all the lights indicated on this revision would be installed and operational before people move in? Is that what staff suggested?
Yes, Councilmember Arias. So the change is the language from prior to building permits to prior to occupancy. Yes. So before these houses are occupied, the signals must be operational.
Correct. So who's responsible for that? Is that the city public works department is responsible for operationalizing those signals, or is that the developer?
So it would be in tandem. They have contractors that they would work with the public works department to light those and make those operational.
So
The developer.
the developer. So is the developer going to then a year from now request that we waive the provision further and allow them occupancy before the intersection lights are operational?
So I've been meeting bi-weekly with the applicant. My understanding is that the lights will be up in June. If the lights are not operational by September, they're required to enter into a deferral agreement. That deferral agreement will require them to pay the city to the amount of money left to make those signals operational. So if they're not operational by September, they will be required to enter into a deferral agreement with the city.
Correct, which basically allows us to capture the cost. But my question specifically is there any chance that people will be moving in before these lights are operational? I don't care about recapturing costs from the developer. My concern is who's ultimately responsible for the lights being on and working before somebody moves in there?
Just 1 second.
And I also want to know, does the administration have the authority with this action to allow occupancy to occur without those intersection lights being operational?
Good morning, Council. Scott Mosier, Public Works Department. So as Mr. Trejo noted, there is a fallback provision in there regarding the deferral agreement that if not all operational by September, then the developer, there's a deferral agreement that would provide the cost. All of these traffic signals are moving along very well in construction. What the deferral agreement would do is if there was a failure to complete in time, it provides those dollars, and then the city would be able to then work with the contractor to complete. That's not a scenario we would anticipate. There's no reason we should be in that point. We've been meeting bi-weekly with the developer. Everything's going well, and we have no reason to believe it wouldn't be done within just 2 months.
But that doesn't answer my question, Director. As you know, we've been doing a lot of intersection installations in my district. All of them are behind schedule for months and months and months. So we're dealing with four-way traffic signals near schools, near high traffic corridors. My question is, if we approve this action today, does the administration have the authority to allow occupancy to occur without those intersection lights being operational? I don't care about recapturing the cost from the developer. I want that question addressed.
And yes, to be clear on that, yes, the deferral agreement would allow for 100 occupancies. Beyond that, the answer would be no. It would allow for 100 occupancies. Under that scenario, the city would, in the rare, I personally cannot envision that occurring, but as a protective measure, yes, the city would have the dollars. The developer could go up to 100 occupancies, and at that point, the city could be in position to say, let's take that over and we'll start paying the contractor and ensure completion.
If 100 people move in before the lights are operational, an accident or fatality occurs, is the city absorbing that liability for those accidents because we allowed people to move in without intersection lights being operational?
And Council, this is a good opportunity to clarify all of the intersections in question. They are all currently controlled by all-way stop signs. So we're not talking about an intersection where the main street is just moving through and only the side street stops. They are all covered by stop signs.
So the currently stop signs are going to intersection lights?
Yes, they are. So from just staff perspective, we have a very good comfort level with that. It's much more of a congestion issue. Obviously, the traffic signals are far superior to the stop signs, but we are not concerned from just a strict liability perspective on a safety issue that not occur. If in the event we had to move 100 people in.
And my last question to developers, are you intending to utilize a provision that allows you to occupy 100 homes prior to the intersections being operational? I'm assuming it's there because you want the ability to exercise that provision.
It would not be our intentions to do anything outside of what the staff has reported.
So you would be intending to ask to move in 100 houses in before the lights are operational?
Say that again. I'm not sure you're saying.
My question is, are you intending to occupy 100 homes prior to the intersection lights being operational?
It would be, we're asking for that permission. I don't know that we'll be able to do that. We've just started houses, so it's going to take us 6 or 8 months just to get the houses finished and then sell them. But as the staff has said, we've been working hard together to get this accomplished. There's nothing that's holding us back, and And the city has agreed to make loaners to us that they have in their own stock to finish up the lights. The contractors, the developers, were all working diligently to get it accomplished. So
Okay.
it's not our intention.
Thank you.
We could have we could have up to 100. That's the request.
Thank you. All right. Public Works, I would just request that you don't loan any intersection lights that we've been waiting for in our district for the benefit of new development that the developer is responsible for those lights. So I don't want to see a delay in our side of town because we loaned out limited intersection lights. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Councilmember Carbasi.
I think those are really good points to be made, very fair points. One thing I want to add is in the last 5 years I've been on the council, I've noticed every year a change. Because of the pandemic, there have been serious supply chain issues. When I first started, getting the actual poles for traffic signals took some time. There were delays. And then it became the cabinets that house them and the chips, of course. We know there's been a semiconductor shortage. And then getting PG&E to come in because of their demands and actually turn on the signal takes time. And when you're dealing with housing, of course, you're building multiple houses at the same time. And when you have to wait, those construction jobs are on the line. So I do appreciate the flexibility of this city and the administration to work with developers because we do have a housing shortage in California, and it's all types of housing, including market rate housing. So I think this will go a really long way. And I do believe money motivates. When the developer has to pay us to go turn them on, it costs them more money. And I'm pretty sure they're going to be unwilling to do that. So I believe they will hustle and get these things turned on. But I do appreciate the administration's willingness when we're in a housing crisis to be flexible and to work so that we can get these homes constructed as fast as possible and occupied as fast as possible, because that's the objective, dealing with this housing crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. I have no one else punched up. So with that, we have a motion and a second. This is the 915 number 2 item. Any opposition? Seeing none, item passes 7-0.
Thank you very much, Council. We're out there working hard to accomplish
Thank
these
you.
things. I hope you come by and see what we're doing.
Thank you. Up next is the 9:20 a.m. item. This is the joint meeting of the City Council, City of Fresno in its capacity as housing successor to the redevelopment agency of the City of Fresno and the Fresno Revitalization Corporation. Do we have a staff presentation for this item?
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning. This project, you may recall, is a two-phase development in southwest Fresno at Walnut and Florence Avenues and Plumas and Florence Avenue. And the amendment is prompted by the need to change and expand the location of the temporary potential ponding basin from 3 to 4 lots and to reduce the time to convey the lots and construct a 13 single-family home project to meet the deadline requirements of the new market tax credit allocation that has been given to self-help for this project. The amendment provides 13 lots for single-family homes reduced from 14 and a larger 4-lot relocated ponding basin to meet city requirements. And to meet the funding requirements, the performance schedule is revised to complete construction by the end of this year. That's December of 24, reducing the overall time by several months. The 6 phase 1 lots have already been conveyed to the developer and they have commenced construction activity. The 7 residential lots in phase 2 will be conveyed upon the issuance of building permits, and the 4 basin lots will be concurrently conveyed, and they will be developed to affordable housing if the ponding basin is not needed, therefore putting the project back to these 17 original planned units. To the south, the nearby or adjacent 33 single-family Heritage Estates project includes storm drain infrastructure that is accessible for hookup by the self-help project and may relieve the need for a temporary basin so that, again, the 17 homes as originally planned can be built. Self-help has over 60 low-income families interested in home ownership, And they have active now offers from 10 families for the 6 homes in phase 1. Let's see, Francisco Nunez, manager for self-help, is here, may have comments or can help answer questions if you have them. That concludes staff report. If you have questions, happy to respond.
All right, thank you very much. At this time, we're going to open it up for public comment. This is the 9:20 a.m. joint meeting. Is there any member of the public in the council chambers who wishes to speak on the 9:20 a.m. meeting? Please come up at this time. Good morning. This is on the 9:20 a.m. meeting. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name.
Fernando Paul Elizondo. The Lord is with me. Peace be with you. Affordable for who? Somebody like Jerry Dyer, $29,000 a month? That's the big question. You leave that affordable housing open. You need to be more precise. That's for who the occupation is really for. Like they say, when you plan, you got water going there, you got electricity there. It's the war against the needy and the greedy. Work on that one. That's all I got to say.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else in the council chamber who wishes to speak on the 9:20 a.m. meeting? Please come up at this time. See none. Is there anyone on Zoom who wishes to speak on the 9:20 a.m.?
Yes, we have Miss 5150.
Excellent. Good morning, Lynn. You have 3 minutes.
That's actually Miss 5250. Crazy for justice. I had my hand up. Hello, can you guys hear me?
We can hear you.
Can you hear me? Okay. I had my hand up on the last one, and you guys didn't call on me. Luckily, my comment is about housing, so it fits here too. But that's an issue. People with their hand raised on Zoom are not getting called on. They had the realtors up there, and Tyler mentioned the redlining. Well, we have a new crisis. And that is BlackRock and Vanguard and places like that come in and buy in single-family residences. Is there some kind of provision that, these have to be owner-occupied? And that's citywide. I mean, how many of our single-family residences are getting snapped up by these, corporate conglomerates that come in and pay over market value and control our housing market? That is the new problem, and I don't see anybody addressing that. I don't want my house ever to be owned by a corporation. I want it to be owned by the family that lives in it. So how do I make sure that happens? Because I want the hell out of Fresno. You guys are nuts. This is the 5th largest city in the 4th largest economy in the world, being run by a bunch of crooks that lie, cheat, and steal. Yes, steal, Chesapeake, Fresno. And no one's paying attention. And the FBI hangs up on you. That's where we're at. So I guess that's it.
Anyone else on Zoom who wishes to speak on this item?
Next, we have Layla Darwish.
Good morning, Layla. You guys hear me? Yes, you have 3 minutes. This is on the 9:20 a.m. joint meeting item.
Good morning, esteemed council members and council president. I stand before you today on Zoom with a heavy heart, compelled to address the ongoing genocide that has plagued our world for 76 years, and most recently, the horrific events unfolding in Palestine. Yeah.
This is, we're taking public comment specifically on a joint meeting item right now. It's on a housing topic.
I must have misheard. Does this include the Starbucks thing or no?
We heard that item earlier this morning.
Okay. All right. I apologize.
Next we have Des Martinez.
Good morning, Des. You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, I don't know if I heard that correct, but are they planning to utilize a water basin for affordable housing? And why would be using I mean, if I misunderstood, but I'm totally against utilizing a water basin for affordable housing. I mean, if this was something that could been utilized, I'm sure you guys would have been utilizing water basins over the past 75 years. But if they're gonna, I mean, that totally against, as a community member and as somebody who is low income and would be wanting to have a single home one day, I wouldn't want my house on a water basin. So, I mean, I think there's other areas that they can look into and stop putting us affordable income individuals or low income individuals in places that you yourselves would not be in. That's all I want to say. And when is public comment? Wait.
There are no more speakers online.
Thank you very much. So at this time, I'm going to close the public hearing portion for the 9:20 a.m. item and bring it back up to the council dais. Up first, I have Councilmember Arias.
Thank you, Council President. Just to clarify for the public, this is a housing project that's under development. We just got news that we can advance the completion of the project by a few months with some state money that the developer self-help secured. This is owner-occupied single-family homes in West Fresno. The reason we're here today is for one simple reason, is that the flood control district told us last minute as we were in the construction that they wanted a much larger basin than what they had previously approved. So that would result in one less home being built to accommodate the larger basin. And of course, the secondary part is to make the adjustments to transfer title so that the developer can complete the project ahead of schedule. Before I make a motion to approve, Mayor, while we have you here and City Manager, I have been extremely frustrated with the flood control district, and their last minute, changes are really significant in projects both in downtown and in West Fresno. I don't know how we can improve the situation at the flood control district. I know we appoint some of those folks, but if you look at the City College campus in West Fresno, we have several water basins there, but they were designed in a way that they literally look like a pond for amenity. They're small, they're flourishing with greenery, they're part of the ecosystem, and then right next door, essentially, we're going to have these large water basins that were designed and built back in the 60s and 70s. I don't know how we can execute really modern basins that are part of a neighborhood and then still deal with an organization that forces us to build these massive things that take up so much land. So just for future reference, I think we could have to have a different conversation with the flood control district on timeliness for changes that they want, because they do create significant roadblocks for us to complete projects. With that, I'll make a motion to approve.
Thank you, Council Member. And this is a joint meeting which will require 2 votes. 1 motion and vote by the City Council as housing successor, and 1 motion and vote by the Fresno Revitalization Corporation members, which does include the mayor. So I do have a motion by Councilmember Arias and a second by Council Vice President Carbasi. This is in our capacity as housing successor. Any objections? Seeing none, item passes 7-0. The next vote will be from the Fresno Revitalization Corporation members, which does include the mayor. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
We have a motion by the mayor, and I'll second that. This is a vote by the Fresno Revitalization Corporation members. Any opposition? Seeing none, item passes 7-0. 8-0. 8-0, correction, 8-0. Okay, up next is the consent calendar. Do any members wish to register a no vote, abstention, or recusal on any consent items? A no vote, abstention, or recusal on any consent items? Councilmember Arias. No. Councilmember Maxwell. Councilmember Chavez. Councilmember Bredefield.
Yeah, I was going to vote no on 2K, but we're still going to discuss that?
Yeah.
Okay, yes, I will be registering a no vote on 2K.
Okay. Councilmember Esparza. By Council Vice President Karbasi, and I have none as well. So at this time, we are going to take public comment on all consent, including contested consent items. We will take public comment on unscheduled communications and on closed session items later in the meeting. So at this time, would any member of the public like to speak on items on the consent calendar or contested consent? Please come up at this time. Up first, I do have Emmanuel Torres, who wishes to speak on item 2I. Good morning. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. So let's get this kicked off. My name is Emmanuel Torres, and I'm a policy advocate with the Leadership Council for Justice Accountability. It's good to be here with you council members. We ask that the council consider the direct connection and consequences between the pro-housing designation application that is coming before you today and the housing element. On the February 2nd of this year, the California Department of Housing and Community Development found that the city's 6-cycle housing element to be non-compliant with the state law. This finding indicates that the city's ability to be approved for state and federal funding is currently in jeopardy. To go forward with the application for the pro-housing incentive program when the city has already failed to comply with the firmly furthering fair housing guidelines and has failed to adequately include community priorities and needs in the draft housing element would be to take a gamble on the livelihoods of your constituents. Council members and city staff, we encourage you to complete a compliant housing element that includes meaningful actions in addition to combating discrimination that overcome patterns of segregation and foster inclusive communities free from barriers that restrict access to the opportunities based on protected characteristics and secures housing opportunities for all of Fresno before taking on action to request more funding. Thank you for your time. My name is Emmanuel Agras Torres. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else in the council chambers who wishes to speak on an item on the consent agenda or contested consent? Please come forward at this time. You want to speak on item 2H? Okay, you can do so at this time. Just go ahead and state your name.
My name is Elaine
and come up to the microphone. Right there you go, right there. The microphone.
My name is Elaine Reynoso, and I'm homeless. And I'm kind of scared to talk and very disappointed. I can't pronounce his name. I'm afraid to pronounce it because I can't pronounce it. Mr. Aris, he's District 3, and that's the homeless shelters. I don't know how you guys run the homeless shelters, but I did go to them. Not only me, there's a lot of other people, good people out there. I very much think you guys are running it the wrong way or leaving the people with the wrong charge to run it the wrong way. Nobody has credentials there.
Please go ahead and speak into the
Nobody
microphone.
has credentials there. They violate our civil rights, especially mental patient rights. We're not allowed to have TV, refrigerators, half of us are medications. But I did have a question for Member Aris. I can't pronounce it, I'm sorry. But there's an article that you guys had in February of last year of the security company you guys have there, Pacific Valley Patrol. I haven't been in the area for 20 years. I was too busy in the country raising my son who had a liver transplant as a baby. Unfortunately, at the age of 49, I came homeless and turned to the system and asked for help. I didn't get help. Instead, Mayor Dyer's Travelodge is like Chemical City. Do you remember Chemical City? That's Travelodge. I took 19 years of abusive relationship to your shelters.
Ma'am, please direct your comments towards me.
I'm sorry. I turned around and I took 19 years of my relationship to a shelter and got everything stripped away by the Fresno City. Not only that, a year ago, you guys have an article in Fresno Bee that you guys are going to place the security guards you guys have there because they are been abusing people's rights and hitting us. Now I'm facing a felony charge in June because the article Mr. Arias gave last year, you guys are going to switch out to certain companies. They have violated a lot of homeless people's rights. And our homeless advocate, Des Martinez, she ain't advocating for us. Instead, she threatened my life on the 13th of last month because I didn't want to say hi to her. So my main concern is, why is there so much crime on Parkway when the officers are not doing nothing about it? Even though we are homeless, we do have rights. And we are mothers, we are grandmothers, we are aunts. And nobody ain't helping us. Those shelters are out of control. People are out in 90 days, handicapped with no extension. There's no vouchers. I wasted 10 months at the shelters waiting for homeless shelter for families. You guys discriminate above kids above 12 years old. My daughter's 16 at the time, she's 17. I have nowhere to take her to. Can you please tell me what's going on with the shelters? Anybody? Nobody can answer that, please?
We're not answering any questions at this time.
That's fine. That is fine. But
that
as
concludes
for the city manager,
concludes your 3 minutes.
No, the city manager.
Thank you very much.
I will.
Is there any other member of the chamber who wishes to provide public comment on an agenda item? That would include a consent item or a contested consent item. Please identify the item in your name. You have 3 minutes.
Fernando Paul Elizondo. The Lord is my strength and my defense. This is about the homeless.
Which item are you speaking to?
She just talked about it. Homeless.
Which agenda item would you like to speak on?
Well, the homeless, unhoused. Okay?
So that would be item
The city
2H.
ordinance relates to the
Homeless mobile showers. You have 3 minutes.
Homeless assistance response. Okay, the city of Fresno has established a homeless assistance response team. No camping, no fires. You can't even help these people because you get a ticket if you help them. What is the city really doing with their money? Where is it? Copper River? Where is that money? That's what she's asking. She wants help. Not everybody, like they say, oh, they want to be out there. I've talked to a lot of people out there. They are out there because you put them out there. Permanent housing is, to the city of Fresno, book them, Paco. That's their permanent housing. We need to change that. You people need to get back on track to reality. Just because you got a raise for $113,000, don't sell yourselves out for that kind of money. That's chump change. You're here for an obligation to help the people, not help yourselves. Everybody's wearing new apparel. I can see the money's going into effect. That's a bribery in Mexico. Buy your votes. And it's working. It's working. Where'd the delusional dictator go to? He left the premises. That's like him. He got to run. He can't face the truth.
All right, up next I have Maggie Navarro, who wishes to speak on item 2N. Good morning, Maggie. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. Maggie Navarro, residing at 1071 Palo Alto. I would like to make it known that I am speaking on behalf of myself and not representing any agency or system in my comments. These opinions are my own and do not reflect the views of any other organization or my current employer. I am a former employee of the city of Fresno for almost 17 years, 15 of those with Fresno PD, and under the mayor's gang prevention initiative at that time. And almost 2 years at the Parks Department under the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Community Engagement Division, which was added to my prior 10 years in nonprofit sector performing gang prevention, intervention, and violence reduction work. I was deeply involved in the development and implementation of the street outreach training and the 2011 and 2010 services agreement with Urban Peace Institute, and I can attest to the valuable impact their partnership and trainings have had on our community in our efforts to address gang violence and build safer communities in Fresno. By suspending funding for this agreement, we risk losing the progress that we have made in reducing violence and providing support to our risk individuals. In 2010, I was assigned by former Chief Dyer to identify evidence-based gang violence reduction strategies in California. I discovered in my research the highly recommended Urban Peace Institute through my counterpart, Guillermo Cespedes, with the City of Los Angeles Office of Gang Reduction and Youth Development, also known as the GRID. UPI is the official crisis intervention trainers for the City of Los Angeles and other cities dealing with gang violence the way City of Fresno is. The outcome results of that research was that we were able to provide, while I was employed with the City of Fresno, the first crisis intervention program and training co-developed with the UPI. This led to a second contract in 2020, and including the street outreach training for CBOs. For the first time in that particular grant, we were able to end up specifically catering with community input and the needs that were identified with Fresno Police Department. All of that input that developed the training was made by comments and needs of services by stakeholders. That's what developed it. And I want to make sure that I am completely clear that the vetting, and I totally understand your concern for the vetting of those that are participating in that training. I'm going to be right there behind you. But the responsibility of the vetting and setting criteria comes from the city department to have that conversation with the actual agencies that they identify and invited into those trainings. It's not UPI.
Thank you very much. That's 3 minutes.
Thank you.
All right. Up next, we have Marcel Woodruff. Good morning, Marcel. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. How you doing? My name is Marcel Woodruff. I'm at 2348 West Swift Avenue in District 1, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself today, not any organization. So, as Marcel Woodruff, I have been doing gang intervention, prevention, and reintegration work in Fresno for over 20 years. And most of that development came at the result of my own pockets. I had to go to undergrad, I had to go to get a seminary school, and I also went to USC to learn about the GRID program. Programs like Urban Peace Initiative are really impactful because it's not about politics, it's about personality and personal experience. As I've been doing this work for years, I've buried a lot of young people in this city, young people that I loved and consider my brothers and my little sisters. And these initiatives allow us not only to impact the context, but to transform and heal ourselves. And so programs like this allow us who have been victims of gun violence, to heal and to be an actor and an agent of change for the city that we love and for the people that we love in this city. So I do oppose.
Thank you, Marcel. Is there any other member of the public in the council chambers who wishes to speak on a consent or contested consent item? Please come up at this time. See none, is there anyone on Zoom who wishes to speak on a consent or contested consent item?
Yes, first up we have Des Martinez.
Good morning, Des. Which item would you like to speak on?
I forgot what item, shower mobiles.
Okay, you have 3 minutes.
Alrighty, so I'm seeing that you guys are gonna amend the shower mobiles, and I'd like to know why, because I contested that $300,000 was way too much to even pay them when the year prior they were given, I believe, like $180,000, and then we only had one shower mobile, so they should have had like $90,000 left over in the bank, which nobody produced to be shown. They were never vetted because they got slipped in through this whole COVID thing. And now, if you're going to sign a contract and fill out an application with the city of Fresno and say, hey, I want this work, I can do this work, and I can do your whole scope of work for $300,000, we can do it, you know? And then you come back months later and you guys have already signed it, like it's already pushed through. I'm just going to put this on record. $42,000 more for what? You're paying a driver to drop off 2 trailers $50,000 a year. $50,000 $50,000 a year. 50. Come on, you guys. I want that job. All this man has to do is go over there to the city yard, pick up the trailers, go over, unhook them, hook them up to the utilities in the ground, and then leave for 4 or 5 hours out of the day, and then come back and pick $50,000. Come on. And now you're giving them another $42,000. They're not even holding the numbers that they're supposed to. I've been watching, and I hope you guys have been watching too. I hope there's reports being turned in, because the amount of numbers that they stated that they were going to be able to do, they're not doing. So those numbers of people having showers is not the numbers. They're not even put in the right spot for showers, to tell you the truth. But I mean, another $42,000, you guys, this is like, I need to go somewhere else. Where are you guys getting this money from? Because I need to go to them. And I'm definitely like, I'm not in agreement with this. This is too much money. Who's watching this group? How do we know they're not using it for their thrift store or their church or their food giveaway? Like, this is ridiculous. You guys aren't putting 2 and 2 together. They work with children, and they're trying to get children to go to the shower mobile. Why would you want children around 280s and 290s? Sex offenders and rapists. We're not thinking clearly. They're thinking about money, and I hope you guys on the city council start investigating this stuff, because I'm definitely going to investigate this and talk to the stakeholders, because I don't believe that they should be getting this money without being vetted fully, without you guys finding out how they're separating their monies between their nonprofit, their church, their thrift store, and their food source that they get for free. So come on, you guys, let's work together. They're doing more people to have showers at their facility. You guys are actually, they're breaking the law right now. You guys closed down showers that people were giving, okay, at their facilities. But this provider gets to break the law and still get money from the city? Just look into it. Like, I'm just shocked. That's all. That's all.
Next, we have Bob McCloskey.
Thank you for your time. I'd like to just speak against suspending item 2N, suspending funding for the Urban Peace Institute. Instead of addressing, the root causes of poverty and how people are living in extreme hardship, you want to reduce funding to an organization that's been effective. We all know that. It would be a huge mistake to reduce funding based on a council member's bringing one incident forward. I don't have the details on that, but come on. This is one situation, given all the amount of success they've had. Let's take a break here and think about this. Let's not suspend funding for such an important program. I think it's important, street outreach and training. We have to look at also trying to improve economic conditions in neighborhoods. As you may know, I'm a journalist with the Fresno Community Alliance newspaper. And I've written about it before. An Urban Institute report, ranks Fresno as number 59 of 59 cities for economic inclusion and racial inclusion, making it I think it's a very divided city. Let's not divide the city further. In addition, in the United States, Fresno ranks 253rd out of 274 cities on overall inclusion. It ranks 263rd on economic inclusion. And I can define inclusion. It's defined by looking at income differences in poverty and wages by race and ethnicity. The number of working poor people, disparities in home ownership, and the number of families that spend more than 35% of their income on rent. We know that's going on. We know what's happening out there and all over the low-income neighborhoods of Fresno. Let's make some improvements. Let's not punish those that are doing good work by suspending funding to a very important program. This will look bad in the media, and I think the council needs to be, not recognize that this is a good thing. Be the progressives that you claim you are, the majority, and let's move forward. Thank you.
Next, we have Eric Lamb.
Good morning, Eric. You have 3 minutes.
This is on item 2N. My name is Eric Lamb. I'm with the Urban Peace Institute. Urban Peace Institute is committed to building community safety in cities across the country. Based on our extensive work in Los Angeles, UPI has supported the development of community-based safety strategies to reduce violence and save lives. We have done so through sharing best practices, training, and working with local and national partners and municipalities to tailor and develop strategies unique to their areas. Cities like Chicago, Memphis, Oakland, Columbus, and Jackson have benefited from our work to help stand up strategies and prepare their violence intervention workers to engage those caught in the cycle of violence. UPI has been privileged to support the city of Fresno with technical assistance and training, having been contracted twice since 2020 and as early as the early 2010s. We created a detailed work plan with the city of Fresno to ensure we met the city's expectations and complemented their existing violence prevention strategy. This most recently has come in the form of providing certification training for local CVI workers. The training explores personal, practical, and conceptual application and tactics for community-based violence prevention and intervention. Training also includes discussing standards of conduct and practice, which we believe keep CVI workers safe and effective. We require the cities or agencies sending the training participants to vet their staff prior to attending. Accountability among the CVI field is essential. That is why we created standards of conduct and practice to ensure intervention workers understand the expectations and standards of this work. Again, anyone in violation of those standards can face revocation of certification and be immediately fired based on the severity of the violation. We believe in the importance, integrity, and impact of community violence intervention here locally and nationally. We have learned so much from our partners and practitioners who save lives and impact their local communities daily. CVI is critical to community safety and peace. We'd like to thank the City of Fresno for their support and for listening.
Next, we have Brandy News Villegas.
Good morning, Brandy.
Hi.
You have 3 minutes, and please identify the agenda item you wish to speak on.
2K, 2N, and can we address 2O today? Or is that not because it's been tabled?
2O has been tabled.
Okay, so that wouldn't be something that could be addressed today during this time. Okay, just want to clarify. Okay, then very briefly, one, I also want to speak in support of 2K with the naloxone. I've been talking to people about these life-saving measures, and very, very, very glad that we are doing what we can to try to save lives. Regarding 2N, the speakers before me spoke more eloquently and thoroughly than I could have, but also agree with them on rejecting this item. We, in the articles, Rabasi talked about vetting, and he mentioned on there, we've had other programs where we've asked for their things to be more assessed and brought up issues with other service providers, things like the shelter providers, her team, and brought up concerns about things on here, and those are going to address. And then this happens, the item there happens, and all this work, all the things that were mentioned are being dismissed because of it. And that is a concern, is that what the, with that is we do not want to hurt. We need to use wisdom in determining how to deal with these issues, but it needs to be wisdom, not reaction. And that will take away resources that have been vital to your community. And as you've heard, organizations like Urban Peace, Advanced Peace have been a vital resource, a vital way of people to address the issues that we are concerned about in a holistic way. So I agree with the other people that have spoken before, and ask for rejection of that and a thoughtful response regarding this issue. Thank you.
Next, we have Miss 5250.
Good morning. Please identify the agenda item you wish to speak on, and then you have 3 minutes.
Well, first of all, for transparency's sake, we need to clarify. I don't know how many total items are on the agenda, but when I identify an item, do I then have 3 minutes? Because I have 2 items I'd like to speak on. The attorney getting a raise of $100,000 and the audit of the budget.
You have 3 minutes total, and your time has already begun.
Oh, isn't that sweet? The little political princess that is all for transparency, but does not want to hear from the people. I don't think that is up with the Brown Act, you guys. Anyway, the city attorney, he ran for mayor against Jerry Dyer, who by some miracle was able to run for mayor because Brand, he announced he was running for mayor. It was Jans against Brand, and then all of a sudden it's Dyer against Jans. The little meeting that Smith Camp, Dyer, and Jans had that we don't know anything about. Jerry Dyer won't say who brought his name up all those times to be mayor. He doesn't want to make that public. I think that's a red flag right there. Oh, and I want everyone to know that the 4 guys that went to Japan, they all have $500 a month car allowances, never take public transportation, and oh damn, there's some. Anyway, the Pacific Valley Patrol that she mentioned, he went to high school with Jerry Dyer. He had to fire 15 people after he tried to legally trespass Des from every property that he worked. Had to fire 15 guys because they didn't have guard cards. The pink handcuffs on someone, a block and a half away from their jurisdiction. And he's still involved he still has a license, because American Guard tells me that they don't have to identify to members of the public, like your Fresno PD officers that don't want to identify to members of the public. And I will be down there for lunch. I can't find my keys, or I'd already be there. But then I wouldn't know about, you guys trying to kick people off Zoom either, because I definitely got kicked off of Zoom earlier. I want to shout out to San Joaquin Valley Transparency. We're watching you people. It's not just cop watching anymore. We're watching these meetings. You're not going to be able to get away with.
Next, we have Crystal Poither. Crystal?
Hello?
Go ahead, Crystal.
Okay, so I just wanted to say one thing only. That girl, Elaine, that came on earlier, that said Des threatened her, she didn't threaten nobody. She's just mad because she didn't get the help right then and there when Des helped over 4,000 plus people. So that's all I want to say. Thank you.
There are no more speakers online.
Okay, I do have one more card. This is Pastor DJ Kreiner, who wishes to speak on item 2N. Good morning, Pastor. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning, Madam President. Good morning to every one of our council members and leaders of our fine community, to our mayor as well, to my council member, Councilmember Butterfield. I stand to speak regarding the most recent request of pulling funds for the anti-violence training program. I stand in opposition of that simply because of the way that our nation has preached. The preaching of our nation is that everyone has an opportunity. Despite some of our failures, the punishment of an entire organization is not the way that we should operate or the way that we are to operate as a people, as a leadership, as a team, especially if our mayor is preaching the support of it. I have seen from firsthand knowledge of the change of so many individuals because of this amazing institute. I've seen the training be successful. I have seen how it has revitalized and changed our community. And I have also seen the partnership that they've had with the St. Rez Church and many other churches. Please, not to add pun or anything to it, but we have seen in our nation where certain individuals that has a mugshot has still been able to run for president of the United States. And there has been support behind that. Ladies and gentlemen, let's not compare the two, please. This institute has done a fine job. And because of an incident, let's not hurt an entire community and pull funding from it because of an apple that possibly is not the ripest in the bunch. Everyone has an opportunity. And I stand as a personal product of a community where there was gang violence, a product of a community where there was a lack of peace. And Tyler, I think I came out pretty well because of the support from churches and communities that believed in the well-being and the success of African-American young men that were surrounded by violence. And I echo the sentiments of Marcel, echo the sentiments of our mayor, that if we are to have one city, one community, one Fresno, then we must make sure that everybody has an opportunity, especially if we're preaching an institute that preaches and pushes for the training of folks to come out and become better. So I celebrate you all for your wisdom, but today I ask that you would look just a little bit deeper and you would see the importance of how this particular institute changes our community. God bless you guys. Thank you. I love each of you. And to our mayor, God bless you.
Thank you, Pastor. We do have one more person on Zoom who wishes to provide public comment on a consent or contested consent item. Please state your name and the agenda item you wish to speak on.
Went away.
Okay, looks like they went away. At this time, I'm going to close the public comment period. Is there a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar? Second. Motion by Council Vice President Carbasi and a second by Councilmember Arias. Any opposition? See none, item passes 7-0. All right, we're going to do contested consent. I think we have some time to take on a couple items prior to lunch. We're going to start with item 2N. This is a resolution to immediately suspend funding for and requesting the city manager to investigate the street outreach training services agreement with the Urban Peace Institute. This was pulled by Council Vice President Carbasi.
Okay, thank you very much. And I do appreciate members of the public coming up and providing comment on this item. And thank you, Director Aguirre, for being here. You want to sit down for a second? You don't have to come up just yet, but thanks. I appreciate it, Aaron. I just want to provide my colleagues with some context, so the reason why we're here. Last December, this council unanimously supported $300,000 of state funding towards violence intervention training in partnership with the Urban Peace Institute. And since then, there was an incident that occurred in mid-March. I mentioned earlier today there have been a string of burglaries in Northwest Fresno. It doesn't matter what part of the city these things happen, but it's a very personal crime. It's happened in my district. We had a neighborhood meeting last night. There must have been, no exaggeration, 100 people there, very concerned about their homes being targeted. An individual who is alleged to have committed crimes was arrested, and that's a fact. This person was arrested. That's public record. This person stole a gun safe through a burglary in Northwest Fresno. And then later we find out this individual was a I'll use the term graduate, but received a certificate of completion from Urban Peace Institute for completing 40 hours of instruction with the Urban Peace Academy Community Violence Intervention Training. So what happens is this program trains people, and look, the fact of the matter is we're dealing with a special population. These are folks that maybe have made mistakes in their life, and they're trying to turn a new leaf and reduce the spread of gang violence. When you evaluate the public comment we've had today, which was very helpful, there was talks about its valuable impact on addressing gang violence. Another person mentioned transforming and healing ourselves, people that were victims of gang violence, and to become agents of change. My concern is this person was certified an agent of change while they're going and talking to a gang member saying, don't reprise, don't commit another crime. At the same time, they potentially could be selling this person a gun they've stolen. And so I want to be very careful, though. My resolution isn't calling to defund the program. It's calling for a temporary suspension till we can improve vetting, because it is especially insulting to see the image of this person with a smile on their face, this suspect who was arrested twice, getting a certificate while they're posting bail, probably using the money they gained from robbing my constituents to do that. So if we're going to continue funding this program, it's really important we talk about the vetting. Now, it looks like Urban Peace Institute wants to blame this city for that. I'm going to push back on that because they talk about best practices. This can't be the first time this has happened. These things will happen, but this is more than just one bad apple. This is a rotten apple. And if this is all about reducing gang violence, I'm all in and I support that, but we can't do that if a person is committing crimes while they're in the program. That's not acceptable, and it's a total mockery, and it's insulting to our taxpayers. And I don't want to forget, when we have these discussions, we, for some reason, stop thinking about victims. Because when there is an act of gang violence, it is hurting real people. So when we take these risks and we invest our tax dollars in these different alternatives to reduce violence, we do so with the hope, not that it's just about reforming an individual, the ultimate goal is to reduce victimization in this community. So now, Director Aguirre, if you want to come up, I have some questions for you. And thank you so much for...
Good morning. Aaron Aguirre, Parks Department. I have staff here as well as UPI on Zoom to answer any questions you may have.
Sure. I'm glad UPI is here. That'll help a lot. So I may ask questions, but it may be appropriate for UPI to answer them. So if UPI wants to answer, can they give us specifics on what kind of training this person received? Because my understanding is they're getting trained to go out there when an incident occurs and to help reduce reprisals and reduce an increase in violence. Would that be correct?
It's Bernard. Eric Lamb is the individual from UPI. But the training that was just conducted, Councilmember Carbasi, was a community violence intervention training for community violence intervention workers. Mm-hmm. So the objective behind that was the understanding of public health approach to violence prevention and reduction, increased knowledge of role in violence intervention and how to fulfill it in a strategic manner, understand the importance of multi-sector collaboration and mission alignment in implementation of a violence reduction strategy, and then the fourth piece was to enhance personal and professional development to maintain effectiveness in all facets of their work. Those were the four objectives of that training.
Okay. Can you tell me, so this individual was certified recently through completing 40 hours through the UPI program, correct?
That is correct. They completed the 40 hours.
Has this person's certification been revoked?
It has not. I think that would be a UPI action.
If they want to comment on that, they're welcome to right now.
Bernard, is Eric available to comment?
He's on. We would recommend revoking the certification.
Well, that's helpful. Thank you for that. Okay. And then, is there a requirement, and I think Mr. Lamb did somewhat touch on this, is there a requirement that while you're in the program, you not commit at least certain any crimes? What is UPI's requirement for that kind of a thing?
I don't want to speak for UPI, but the specific language in the agreement doesn't really say that to a T. It is hoped and expected that people going through the training aren't involved themselves in type of illegal activities.
But the participants aren't necessarily signing anything that says they agree to certain standards, professional standards, which I believe UPI has. they have not signed saying they know if they commit crimes, they will lose their certification?
I don't believe so. Oh, UPI can speak to that.
Oh,
though.
yeah, please. Mr. Lamb, if you're there. Yeah.
Yeah, so we do teach standards of conduct and practice, which include not participating in any illegal activity, but participants are not required to sign the standards.
Okay. And that's one thing I'd like to suggest. I think, and the reason why I want to take a step back and take our foot off the gas is so that our administration can work with UPI to come up with a vetting process and be very clear, because I believe UPI is saying it's up to the CBO or it's up to the city. But the problem is we don't control the CBOs. They can have their own standards. There has to be a universal standard. Which CBO referred the individual who's in question?
The individual was part of Fresno United.
They're a Fresno group? I mean, they're a local group, I'm guessing?
Yes.
I'm not sure who they are.
Correct, yes.
Okay. Okay, well, they're not here to answer questions about how they vet people, but okay, that's a concern. Does that make sense, City Manager, about just wanting to have a universal standard? Because we're dealing with people that they've made mistakes. But let me add one more thing, I'm sorry. They make mistakes. Now, one thing I do want to share, if it's okay, City Manager, is with, I received an email from our Sheriff, John Zanoni, and I'm going to read that email. Regarding the recent arrest of a suspect on March 12th and his subsequent graduation from the Urban Peace Institute on March 22nd, 2024, I believe the vetting and background process for this program needs to be improved. I understand that in this situation, this one bad apple should not tarnish the reputation of the program or cause a disruption in the services this program provides to our community. As leaders in our community, it can be easy to identify problems and issues like these, but our responsibility is to look for solutions to problems like this one. As the Sheriff of Fresno County, I want to work with the City of Fresno and other organizations to make our community safer and solve problems that we face together, such as this one. I want to partner with the City of Fresno, my office, and then to offer the services of the Fresno County Sheriff's Office to check the jail custody status or the last jail booking of individuals when they are accepted into the Urban Peace Institute, and then again prior to their graduation from the program. Jail custody status is a public record, and I believe if this communication and cooperation had been in place prior to March 22nd, 2024, we would have prevented an individual who had been recently arrested on March 12th for serious felony charges from graduating from the program. And I really do appreciate that cooperation between city and county on things like this, and I hope that's something that's welcome by the Urban Peace Institute that would help them to be able to vet candidates also once they're in the program. So does it make sense what I'm asking for?
So can you clarify what it is? You're asking that the custody status be evaluated before they're given a certificate from the program?
What I'd like is an amendment to our agreement with Urban Peace Institute so we can prevent situations like this from happening again. That all people in this program do sign a declaration that they will not commit crimes, including felonies, while they're in the program, that we come up with some vetting standards. For example, are there certain types of crimes that bar someone from this program altogether, like human trafficking? It may not be a violent crime, but I consider it crossing that line. I am all for second chances, but there is a line, and I think at some point this council, on a policy standpoint, has to decide what that line is. And the other point would be, also, yes, if they would agree to work with the Sheriff's Department to also vet people while they're in the program to ensure they haven't been arrested for committing crimes while they're in the program.
So I would agree that it is not desirable to have someone who is actively committing crimes, be able to receive they're receiving a certificate of completion that they did 40 hours of this training. Of course, it's not desirable to have someone who is actively engaging in criminal conduct then be turning around and going out on the street and being the street outreach worker who is supposed to be helping prevent violent crime. So obviously not desirable. I was obviously looked in working with Urban Peace Institute. Obviously, if they're saying that their certificate should be revoked, then I would think that they would be interested in having a conversation of how we get the participants to sign a form. Obviously, that's not going to guarantee, a signature on a form isn't going to guarantee that they're not, but I think that's worth discussion. I think, if the council desires to check custody status before certifying their status of the training, that's something we can talk about. I think the vetting is a little more difficult as far as, and I want to make sure I understand, is the vetting on past crimes they've committed, or are you saying the vetting should be on, that's the part I'm not 100% sure on.
I think we need to know who, because we're using public dollars, who is being sent to these programs. I mean, if it's not the city of Fresno, it's a CBO, they can send whoever they want. I'm thinking worst case scenario. If I want someone on the inside of these things, if I want to deal with illegal guns and I want to get to people that commit these types of shootings, then yeah, I'm going to put my guy in there, or person, no gender specific, but anyways. I think that we need to have one universal set of standards, and we decide, are there certain crimes that bar you from this program? Do crimes against children bar you from being in this program? Is there a line? That's something that we have to decide.
So I think that's something we should have a discussion about. I'm not, unless the mayor has something to add. I don't think I'm comfortable stating right now what that line is.
Well, let me ask you this. If you've had let's say a felony charge or a conviction within the last 12 months preceding your entering the program, maybe that's a bit of a buffer we should consider. If you were arrested 6 months ago for this crime, does that mean you're ready to go into this program?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember, and really valid questions, and I appreciate the issue that you're bringing up. And I wanted to talk about the intervention specialist, the training, et cetera, from a historical perspective, since when I was a police chief, I brought this to Fresno in 2011 when we first hired our first intervention specialist from Cornerstone Church, Cornerstone Gang Outreach. And the importance of that, the hesitation I had then as a chief was because of some of the things we're experiencing now. But what I found is that having these intervention specialists are critical. And also making sure that we have the right people in there and that they are trained appropriately. And as you can imagine, whenever there's an incident involving violence in our city, a gang shooting, there's always going to be the potential of retaliation. What these specialists do is they respond to the scene of a shooting. They'll respond to the hospital that evening where people are getting worked up, emotional, devising plans to retaliate. They are the ones that are at the funerals trying to calm people down because that's another emotional time. And so we need these folks out there. And as you know, it was about a year ago or a little more than a year ago when we had an issue with one of the individuals involved in Advanced Peace that we have since corrected. But we decided at that time we were going to bring in outside trainers, and it was the Urban Peace Institute. You heard Maggie speak about them. They are extremely reputable. I've met with them. They are widely known in law enforcement circles as being effective trainers. And so they're providing 13 days of full days of training. The last session was for 40 hours. That was the initial training. But they have several others that are coming up. One of those is on the hospital response. Another one is for law enforcement, which is going to be very important, and how law enforcement and these intervention specialists work together. So I think it is critical that we continue funding this program as we go forward. But I do think some of your comments are very, very valid in terms of who should be intervention specialists. Is there a cleansing period, if you will, between the last time they were convicted or got out of jail or prison to the time that they're hired to be intervention specialists? Is there a period of time that should pass before they're allowed to be a part of this training? I think all of those things we can look at administratively, but I don't think that's the Urban Peace Institute's responsibility as much as us as a city in terms of who is allowed to participate in the training that we're paying for. And I think it's important to note that the individual that was arrested by the Sheriff's Department was not part of Advanced Peace and was not part of the Urban Police Institute or Urban Peace Institute, because I think some people got confused on that. This was an outside person who worked with Fresno United, And they've done some great work. Fresno United has done some great intervention work in our community. So I'd hate to throw the baby out with the bathwater on this. And I really think that what we need to do is just look a little bit closer at what we require of the individuals participating in the training, even if that means them signing a document that they're not going to be involved in any criminal activity, which, you know, may not be worth the paper that it's written on, quite frankly, because all of these folks that we use as intervention specialists either come from a lifestyle of gangs or have been involved in crime. And they are the ones that have the street credibility to be able to intervene on these shootings. So I just wanted to offer that, and I think there's always room for improvement, and we'll make sure we do that, and I think we can do that without discontinuing funding.
No,
it
means a lot, especially given that, you know, you were our chief for so long. It means a lot for you to share that information.
Thank you, Mike. Appreciate it.
I do want to say that, and I want to hear from my colleagues on this. This was a very bad apple. I want to ensure this doesn't happen again, but there seems to be a disconnect between if we have standards to enter the program and who's responsible for any vetting and what that vetting would look like. I'm uncomfortable continuing to spend taxpayer dollars on this program until we have those questions answered, because this was very embarrassing. I don't want this to happen again. So I don't want to cut funding for the program. I'm not suggesting that, but I think we need to hit the pause button until Urban Peace Institute and the city of Fresno can work together, answer these questions, and then continue this great work. If they want to continue the work, that's fine. I just don't think we should be paying for it until we have answers to these questions. Because what if this is happening now with another candidate in the program? We have no idea. And I know that someone signing a paper isn't going to mean anything, but at the same time, it puts us all on notice, and it puts us all in the same, it makes it very clear to the candidates that if you commit crimes in the program or do so forth in the future, whatever you're getting out of this will be taken away. That's all I've got.
The next training is not set for June, and that's for the law enforcement piece. So we have 2 months to be able to come up with something that will satisfy that. It's not going to be an issue. It's not going to slow down the training. We'll make sure we have something in place and present it to the council. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Councilmember Corbasi. I appreciate what you're trying to get to, and I was happy to hear that you're not, your intention is not to cut the funding to the program, because I think it has a lot of merit, and having to work with the folks that run the programs in gang intervention, I know it is very effective. We've actually worked closely on some issues in Southeast, Southwest Fresno that were, quite frankly, on the tipping point of being more explosive, and something that we don't want in our community. If you're open to having a conversation about refining the program, making it better, I'm open to that. I would not be supportive of just cutting funding because I think the work that they're doing is needed. Our police officers can't do, the work themselves. They will tell you that themselves, whether you talk to Southeast, Southwest, or across the city. And I'm kind of reminded of the work that we did at Fresno Unified when we implemented restorative practices over there for kids that were high risk, that were, on the verge of either in a gang or joining a gang. The work that these folks are doing, I know for a fact, has been preventative. The interventions that they do is very effective in diffusing situations, as the mayor mentioned, with regards to gang involvement. And, I can tell you that as someone that just wrote a letter for an individual that is trying to re-enter the workforce after doing some, bad things in the past, that's something that's very important to me. I do believe in redemption. True redemption, and these folks having an opportunity to do that. So I know the folks that are here today, you guys do great work. I've seen the work that you do in our community. I'm going to be supportive. Again, Councilmember Carbassi, I think if you want to refine the program, and I think the mayor just teed up a couple of options on what the training looks like and what those models look like going forward. I'm open to that, because I think it is worth having a conversation. And like you, I read the article, obviously disappointed, but I don't want to be in that space where we're just taking one specific situation and labeling everybody. When I was at the school district, just because a teacher did something bad, I wasn't up to cutting the program. Or even in this building, sometimes we have police officers that violate, utmost public trust. We don't, cut off the operations of the program. I think we treat that individual as an individual, and I just want to make sure that we're strategic and thoughtful about how we go about supporting future gang intervention programs, because I really do think that they're effective on that. So thank you. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Council Member. Up next is Council Member Bredefield.
Yes, I also support taking a look at what training and outreach is going on. I think that's valuable. We should do that. I can tell you right now, I'm not interested in anybody signing a document saying they're not going to commit crimes, because I think this council will look completely idiotic if you think that means anything. So I don't want anybody signing documents saying I won't be a bad person and commit a crime. I think there is value in taking a look at the vetting process. I think we should do that. I do also think we want to be careful, because there's one person who committed a crime doesn't speak to the whole program, of course, but I think it does speak to making sure that there's an adequate, effective vetting process taking place. That's appropriate. I would like to see our police look at this, give the council a report, and any changes they recommend, we ought to take a look at that, and I think we ought to have professionals doing that analysis. And so I would encourage city manager, the police chief, and assigning whoever he feels would best do that analysis, and then give us a report and let us know what he thinks needs to be done to improve the program. And I'm interested in looking at that. And so at this point, Councilmember Carbassi, are you wanting to hold off the funding until that analysis is done, or what is your thoughts on that?
Well, I'm kind of torn, because the mayor said they're not right now. They're kind of in a holding pattern until June. So what we could do is we could just table this item with the caveat to instruct administration or request administration, come back with a report about how this person got through the program and some suggestions. And then at that point, if it's not satisfactory, then we can decide whether to roll back funding or not.
Okay, I mean, I think that's the prudent approach. And I would like to get a report from law enforcement in terms of their recommendations, how to improve the program. So this is something that never happens again, but certainly not including a recommendation that they sign something saying they're going to be good people. That's laughable to me. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. Up next, Council Member Esparza.
Thank you, Council President, and thank you to my colleague for, I know you brought this forward as a result of something that happened in your district. Most of my questions have been answered already, just between the context that was given and some of the folks who have spoken. Not to play the blame game, but I think we just have to really get to the root of sort of how this happened, and and nip this in the bud right there at the root. It sounds like that's going to be in the form of probably an amendment to the agreement at some point. I agree with Councilmember Bredefield that we do need to hear from law enforcement, but we do need the administration to lead and bridge that gap between law enforcement and parks, where this program is housed. Mayor, do you recall if PD, when this was previously under PD, were they doing, was vetting conducted by our law enforcement agency?
Yeah, there was a process that was looked at in terms of whether or not a person was going to be an intervention specialist. There was, they were not actively involved in the gang activity, and we had an ability to prove that through magic, that they were not, recently incarcerated. There was a time between their last arrest. So there was a vetting process. That vetting process didn't give guarantees, but it did give us, at least a feeling of comfort of knowing that that person was no longer in that lifestyle. The challenge is they can slip back into that lifestyle very easily. And I can tell you the person that was arrested was out of the lifestyle for several years, but drifted back in it. And so there's always that risk, always that potential, and I think we saw it in this case as well. So, but I think there is a way that we can work with law enforcement, work with MAGIC to make sure that the people involved in not just our advanced peace program, but also the training has some distance between them and their criminality.
Okay, and this process you described, that is not currently in place.
I couldn't speak to what's occurring now
Let me ask
with
the
Fresno
Parks
United.
Director, yeah. Well, not Fresno United.
Sure.
So Fresno United, I think, referred the person.
Yes.
But Aaron, if you wouldn't mind, the Parks Director wouldn't mind, just sort of, is there any kind of process in place internally? And do we have any criteria for who is invited to refer?
Sure,
folks?
I'll let.
Out of curiosity.
Hi, Shelby McNabb, Assistant Director in Parks. The people invited to this training were engaged in prior trainings that we offered. The vetting process, we need to work on an MOU with Fresno PD so that we provide information and they would screen and give us a green light. So that's something that we'll draft as a result of this and get that in place.
Okay, yeah, so that's the bridging of the gap, I think, that I refer to. Okay, that sounds great to me. I like your idea, Councilor Carbasi, about tabling this and making sure we do have this MOU and or amendments prior to June when the next cohort begins.
Okay. So then thank you, council members. So then what I'll do is I'll make a motion to table this item with no specific date, with the caveat that we are requesting from the administration to work with Fresno PD and even FSO if necessary to come up with revised vetting standards and an approved list of CBOs that can actually refer to the program, as we can come up with an amendment to the contract with Fresno United.
I'll second that. And if I may, just one last piece here is, as we are navigating, trying to find that cutoff, I don't know what kind of data we have from all the past participants, but I'd hate to create sort of a timeline cutoff like 6 months, and come to find out that 100% of our participants thus far have had something within 6 months, but still been successful. And so if we could take a look back at whatever data is available and trying to use that as a barometer for a reasonable kind of cutoff, if we go that route of saying, okay, you had something occur within this time period. I just think we have, all the participants, I'm not sure how many, but there's got to be some level of data that could inform that decision.
Yeah, and one last thing to add, Nelson got me thinking here. This is just for consideration. Once you are finished the program and you're one of the publicly funded outreach specialists, should there be regular checks every 6 months, every year? Have you been arrested or convicted of any gang-related crimes? Because it really goes against the whole purpose. Maybe that's something that we consider as well, because it's a real commitment. They want to be a part of this movement. They want to be change agents. That's great. But you can't be a change agent at the same time you're supporting any kind of victimization.
Councilmember, you mean following their completion?
Possibly.
Well, that'd be good for data purposes. Obviously, there's no recourse after that, but that'd be great for data purposes.
All right, this is for item 2N. I have no one else punched up. I have a motion by Council Vice President Carbasi and a second by Council Member Esparza. Any opposition? Seeing none, item passes 6-0. At this time, we're going to take a break for lunch. We will be back at 1:45. We will resume with contested consent items at 1:45 p.m. All right, welcome back. The time is 1:54 p.m. We're going to pick up where we left off with contested consent items. We are going to start with item 2C. This is submission and acceptance of the City of Fresno Annual Comprehensive Financial Report. This was pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Controller, I've learned in my 5 years that if I don't ask this question on the record, I may one day be told that there was a loss that occurred and it was included in some very thick report that nobody actually reads. So for the record, does this report include any significant losses that the city has experienced that have been unreported to the council?
Good afternoon, Council. Santino Denisi, Finance Director, and I think what you're alluding to is some fraudulent activity in prior years, and that would be disclosed in the notes section, and no, there's nothing that we are aware of at this time that relates to the activity in that fiscal year. That's we need
Thank you for saying that on the record.
Sure.
City Manager, speaking of which, did we ever arrest somebody and get that money back?
No, it was a case that was under the jurisdiction, well, I take that back. There was a case under the jurisdiction of the FBI. I'm not aware of an arrest, but I'll have to double check.
Great, thank you. With that, I'll make a motion to approve.
I have a motion to approve item 2C by Councilmember Arias and a second by Councilmember Butterfield. Any objection? Seeing none, item passes 6-0. Next item is 2D. These are actions pertaining to the Spiral Parking Garage 7 High Priority Repairs Project. This was pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Director, can you provide us a layman's basic explanation of this item?
Sure. Good afternoon, Council. Brian Barr, Director of General Services. Layman's terms, so we are asking for council approval on a consultant agreement to provide construction documents to complete high priority repairs for the Garage 7, aka Spiral Garage.
I made a note on your staff report that the RFP went out on May of 2023. I want to say the council allocated this money a couple years ago now. When will the actual work be completed? It's been a significant delay for me.
Well, I do know that this project is funded by $2 million in ARPA. When that occurred, I'm not knowledgeable about that. But in reference to the notation in the staff report about the RFP going out in May, that is our on-call services. So we pull from that as we get projects.
When would the actual work be completed?
We're expecting to come to, we're expecting to come back to council with a construction contract before Thanksgiving. So sometime early calendar year next year.
Next year?
Calendar year next year, so FY25.
So it would be awarded in November-ish of this year?
Construction, what I'm hearing is construction contract awarded in November.
Yep.
Construction starting
January.
Theoretically right after the new year.
And that would allow us to remain within the American Rescue Fund timeline, correct?
Yes, we would need to have the contract approved by December 31st. We want it approved in November because in case there's a hiccup, we want to give ourselves some room.
Correct.
I do want to note that the RFP that we're doing to get design, I want to just put on the record now that the repairs that we're asking them to design, and we have cost estimates from 2016. I don't think we're going to be able to do all the repairs that we think because, as you know, prices have gone up considerably since 2016. So we'll get the design back and get kind of an estimate, and we'll have to make the decision at that point what we're going to contract for actual construction.
So since we're now awarding the consultant contract for the design development, I presume, does that mean that this project will not be proposed to be reassigned during the upcoming budget presentations?
I'm sorry, Councilman, I'm not following.
No, it's not. This is one, we went through the list of all the ARPA projects, and this is one of them that we had said will be obligated by the end of the year.
All right, thank you. Motion to approve.
For item 2D, I have a motion to approve by Councilmember Arias and a second by Councilmember Butterfield. Any objections? See none, item passes 6-0. Up next, we have item 2H. This is actions pertaining to homeless mobile shower operations agreement provided by Gracebound under the Homeless Housing Assistance and Prevention Program. This was pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Director, we received numerous complaints from folks who've alleged that they're associated to this contract, either employees related to not being paid for time worked, having to provide products out of their own pockets. Are you aware of those complaints? Have they come to you, or are they just coming to the council?
Yep, council member for the record, Phil Sky, Assistant Director of Planning and Development. We are aware of some of those complaints. We've investigated them, and they've been unsubstantiated. I will say that this operator, this vendor, has invoices all the way through the end of February, which means that they provide us backup documentation demonstrating they've paid all of their employees and cover all of their expenses.
Okay, thank you. Motion to approve.
Motion to approve item 2H by Councilmember Arias and a second by Councilmember Butterfield. Any objections? See none, item passes 7-0. Up next, we have item 2I. This is a resolution repealing resolution number 2024-052 and authorizing submission of an application for an acceptance of funding from the California Department of Housing. This was pulled by Councilmember Arias.
Director, the $1.5 million that we would be eligible for in the Housing Trust Fund, is that money already designated for specific projects?
Councilmember, no, those dollars would not be designated or planned because we have not received them and we don't know how much, if any, we'll ultimately receive.
Would that require a new RFP for those funds if they are to be received?
So we had this conversation, I think, a month ago. We consulted with the city attorney's office. It was determined, city attorney's opinion is that we do need a new NOFA.
So how long do you anticipate it taking you to put out a new NOFA?
Well, first receive the dollars. I don't know exactly when that will be, but whenever that occurs, we would be prepared to put a NOFA out on the streets probably within 30 days of receipt of those dollars, and then have a window open for probably 30 to 60 days and then go through the process.
And then my last question is, what's the current balance of the Housing Trust Fund?
So currently, Councilmember, we don't have any dollars that are unplanned at this time.
What's the current balance?
Approximately $10.5 million.
And what's the breakdown to where they're committed to?
Yeah, so I can get that for you. I'll tell you that the majority of them currently are planned for the Senior Affordable Housing Project.
Okay, if you can just provide us a memo with the breakdown of what projects are it's assigned to.
Sure.
Thank you. Motion to approve.
Motion to approve item 2. Is this I? 2I. Motion to approve item 2I by Councilmember Arias and a second by Councilmember Esparza. Any objections? See none, item passes 7-0. Next item is 2K. This is a bill for introduction, adding Article 35 to Chapter 9 of the Fresno Muni Code relating to naloxone. This was pulled by myself as well as Councilmember Butterfield. So essentially what this bill will do is require establishments who serve on-site alcohol for consumption to carry naloxone or Narcan in their first aid kits. Unfortunately, our city is not immune to opioid overdoses. In Fresno County alone, we've experienced 300 fentanyl-related deaths in the last 3 years. 8 fentanyl-related deaths this year so far. Last year, we had an 8-month-old who passed away due to exposure from fentanyl. In 2022, we had an 18-year-old from Clovis North who passed away from taking a pill that was laced with fentanyl. And the list goes on. For those who don't know, fentanyl is about 50 times more potent than heroin. And I'm proud to say that our school districts understand the benefits and the importance of increasing access to this life-saving solution. And so Clovis Unified School District, Fresno Unified School District, State Center Community College District, and all of our CSUs have all taken steps to carry Narcan on all of their campuses. So first and foremost, this is a public safety bill. People ask, why just bars, why just restaurants, why not expand it further? And what I tell them is we have to start somewhere. And I think it's important to note that AB 1976 is currently going through the legislature right now. It passed unanimously in committee this week. And what this bill will do is make it a requirement for every single workplace in the state of California to carry Narcan in their first aid kits. So I'm proud of Fresno that we're getting ahead of this bill. I think it shows leadership when it comes to increasing access to life-saving mechanisms here for our residents. And it's been proven that mixing opioids with alcohol does have increasingly fatal outcomes. So whether we like it or not, I think we're going to start to see a lot more of these requirements on a statewide level. But I also understand that this is also a business issue, and I've heard from several businesses who either support this or they have some concerns, and I respect that. But just being intentional about how we're going to implement this moving forward. We will be partnering with Fresno County Public Health Department to distribute free of charge 2 doses of Narcan to every business that is subject to this ordinance. So there will be no cost to the city or to businesses. The requirement of this ordinance is just for businesses to have 1 bottle of Narcan, but we will be partnering with the county health department to deliver 2 doses to each business. And as part of this partnership, we will be doing on-site training as well so that managers do know how to properly administer the Narcan spray. The other big concern that I've heard from businesses is liability, and I totally respect and understand that concern. Working with our city attorney's office, this is something we did add in the resolution, but that is that this ordinance would be covered by California's Health and Safety Code 1799.102, which states that no person who in good faith and not for compensation renders emergency medical or non-medical care at the scene of an emergency shall be liable for any civil damages resulting from any act or omission. So that was something very important to the business community that I heard. So we are including that as part of our resolution, just to be 100% sure to provide that level of comfort to the businesses, knowing that they will be protected under this ordinance. Can somebody still go and sue a business? Sure. Businesses have been sued for far less. So I'm well aware of those concerns, and I respect those concerns from the business community. So I'll end by saying that increasing access to life-saving mechanisms, in this case, Narcan, is good policy for the residents of our city, and it'll allow us to continue to see a downward trend in opioid-related deaths here in our city. So with that being said, I will make a motion to approve, seconded by Council Vice President Carbasi. And Councilmember Bredefield, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And first of all, I know that this effort is done with good intentions, and it is to save people who unfortunately and stupidly use fentanyl or any other opioid that ultimately leads to their potentially dying. And that is unfortunate that that's where we're at. So I know this has good intentions, but I have difficulty with it on a number of levels. One, though initially the Narcan will be given through the Department of Public Health, it won't always be given to businesses for free. So in essence, it does become another mandate that ultimately is not funded. This law will remain in perpetuity, but the funding will not. So ultimately, it will be an unfunded mandate. Secondly, it does put more responsibility for bad decisions from somebody onto the business or the employee. They will now be required to have this Narcan. Don't know if they will be trained in administering Narcan. but they will be given the responsibility to have Narcan, and if something happens to them, in some sense, to be act like a paramedic in some way where they have absolutely no training. Thirdly, though there is some protection from liability that's put into this ordinance, we do know, as the council president said, this is a litigious society, and if somebody dies, somebody's going to get sued, regardless of what's in our ordinance. And that's going to fall on the business. The business is going to have to hire a lawyer to defend themselves, and somebody usually gets the blame other than the person who engages in the terrible behavior. So that's a problem. Also, you know, when something like this happens, will somebody know whether that is the result of an overdose of fentanyl or an epileptic seizure? People are not trained to determine those kinds of situations. And so that raises more concerns. And the notion that the state is going to pass a law that all businesses have this. Well, the state also passes laws that minimizes consequences for drug use. They decriminalize laws so we can have people stealing in people's businesses $950 and not being cited for anything. So the fact that the state is facilitating this doesn't give me any comfort. They also support needle exchange programs and crack pipe programs and decriminalizing all kinds of drugs. So the state leading the way here doesn't give me any comfort. So again, while this is well intended, and I understand that, and we are living with people who are making terrible decisions on drug usage, putting it on businesses to have these life-saving drugs, mandating them to pay for them, and not providing really any training involved in the administration of these drugs or determining somebody who has a medical condition, whether it's related, is fraught with all kinds of problems for businesses. And for that reason, I won't be able to support this today.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Chavez.
Thank you, Council President. And you know, I agree with what you're trying to do here with regards to making it safer for folks that either ingest that substance, fentanyl. And I'm not an expert on the Narcan process, but I understand it's supposed to counter that. And there are cases too, in speaking with some of the restaurant owners, where sometimes you can come into contact with fentanyl accidentally. You're not necessarily, you know, the person ingesting this, or maybe it's somebody's sharing drinks or something like that. The completely supportive of what you're trying to do here. The only question I have is, and I don't know if it's maybe for our legal counsel, city attorney, I know that there's a provision, Andrew, I want to ask you a question.
I'm here.
Wake up. The legal clause that was put into President Pereira's ordinance, I understand that it mirrors the immunity that folks have. Like, for example, when
it's a Good Samaritan law, basically.
Yeah, when you give somebody CPR and you know you're administering first aid, is this similar or exactly the same as that provision?
It exactly mirrors that state law provision.
So, for example, I mean, I just went through my first aid training as a foster parent. They also train you to use those AED defibrillators systems. Would that also be under this umbrella of gadgets and systems that are used to administer help?
Yes, and I'd also like to point out that there's nothing in this ordinance that requires somebody to render aid. It's just that you'd have to have those the doses maintained in your store or bar or whatever.
So then these businesses, obviously, to Councilmember Butterfield's point, the training, and I don't know. I've seen it done where I believe it's a device that inhales a substance that counters the effect of the drug. So the businesses, per the ordinance, would only be required to have them, but if they don't feel comfortable or they're not sure? How would that work?
Yeah, so there's nothing, again, in this ordinance that forces them to render aid.
Okay. Great.
Also, Councilmember, as part of handing out the bottles of Narcan, we will also be conducting training as well.
Got it. Okay, so the training.
That'll be done through the Fresno County Public Health Department.
Okay, I don't know if that changes your mind or not, Councilmember Butterfield, but with regards to that provision on there, I think that gives me more of a comfort level because you don't want to force people to, administer assistance. And to your point, you don't know if they're going through an epilepsy attack or convulsions or just disoriented or something like that. So I just wanted to make sure we understood that and got that on the record because I did get some calls from the California Restaurant Association folks that wanted to address that issue, and then also the liability piece where if the restaurant did choose to render aid and for whatever reason maybe they weren't, it wasn't a fentanyl overdose, it was something else, and they got sued, that the insurance writers would not cover them going forward with regards to their policies on this. But I think the same law would apply for rendering aid to somebody for CPR. And what was that term you used, City Attorney?
It's essentially Good Samaritan law. It's common in many states.
So in that situation, if a business does administer aid and there is some kind of injury or anything of that sort, what does that law specifically do?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Yeah, so for example, somebody renders aid, they're doing CPR, they crack a rib, they're not liable for that, correct, under that law that you just referenced?
Generally speaking, yes, but I don't want to, it's going to be a case-by-case scenario. I mean, if someone is acting in completely bad faith, there might be some liability there. I don't know. I don't want to get too far in the weeds on that, but I mean, if you're rendering aid with good faith, a court should protect you.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to understand exactly. The Good Samaritan law. What does that actually do? It obviously doesn't prevent people from suing, but are we just talking about criminally?
It's essentially an affirmative defense if someone tried to sue you.
Criminally and civically.
This is from civil liability only.
Civil liability.
And there's different burdens of proof when it comes to criminal, and that gets into malice and all of that.
All right, so it would depend obviously on circumstances on
Sure, but generally speaking, I mean, the law is there to promote people, to help people that are in need, that need help, that need medical care. And so, that's really the policy purpose behind it, not to punish someone for going out of their way to help someone who's in danger.
Yeah, and I think we have that too for animals and pets that you see in a vehicle, right, that are in a heat wave. You're allowed to crack a window to retrieve the pet. Does that, the Good Samaritan law, also apply, or is that a different clause?
I've not looked at how it applies to animals and cars. I have no idea.
Okay. All right, that's fair. I mean, we're trying to do something innovative. I think at the end of the day, we're trying to save lives, and that's really the bottom line. Is it going to be 100% perfect? No. But understanding now with what you just explained, City Attorney, and what Council President you explained, I'm going to be supportive of this today.
Thank you, Councilmember. Council Vice President Carbasi.
Yes, I want to applaud Council President Perea for bringing this item forward. This, to me, is a no-brainer. I know there are some folks that have reached out this morning that are concerned about it, and I would say, please, contact us before. Don't contact us the day of. It's very, very difficult for us to accommodate you. We want to hear back from everybody. I think a lot of questions were answered, especially when it comes to liability, and it's absolutely true. We have a very litigious society, but we can't act out of fear that somebody's going to sue every time. We can reduce risk, but I see no problem with having the Good Samaritan law, with making sure businesses that have, let's say, alcohol and drinking consumption are armed for any scenario. We have businesses that require fire extinguishers. Fire extinguishers can cost $25 to $50 a year to recharge. We have businesses that require AEDs. Those cost $1,000, but those things save lives. You can get 2 doses of Narcan for about $45. And as a small business owner myself, although we don't have alcohol at our business. That wouldn't mix with Persian rugs very well. That's a very negligible cost to potentially save a life, because you never know why someone will need Narcan. I don't want to judge. Things happen. Maybe you have a pill that you don't realize. Maybe someone mixed it. You never know. So to be able to have 2 doses available, if necessary, we live in the world where fentanyl is becoming a threat. And we can save that life and then deal with how that person consumed Narcan, whether they chose to do it or not, and help them get treatment later, but they're still alive to get that help. So I'm very proud to vote in favor of this item today.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Up next is Councilmember Arias.
Couple of questions. Do we know from, under this proposed ordinance, City Attorney, would businesses be required to accept the drug, or would it be voluntary?
You mean getting it from the county?
Correct.
There's no requirement in the ordinance for them to take it from the county. They can go out and get it themselves if they want to.
But us passing this today, would we be requiring businesses in the city of Fresno to accept it?
Not to accept it, but to have it.
But to have it. So we are requiring, this is a mandate for businesses in the city of Fresno.
Correct.
And if the county, as I understand, the county is currently providing this drug for free, but if the county was to change its mind tomorrow, this would be at a cost of the business itself, correct?
Correct.
From the statistics that have been shared, the 300 deaths, how many of those took place in bars and restaurants? Do we know?
I've seen different numbers, and so we're still trying to hack away at that to see exactly what that number is. I think what the data is showing is that an overdose can happen anywhere, whether it's in a home, on a school campus, in a bar. And so a lot of my conversations with business owners, with Fresno County, really is just a general conversation on how we can increase access to everyone, to have this in as many corners of our city as possible. We'll say fentanyl alone does not discriminate when it comes to, where it decides to spread. And so this is just a start. I think we're going to start to see this requirement in more of our workplaces, but we are starting here. There was a bill last year in the state legislature that focused on bars, places that sell alcohol for on-site consumption. But they did put a pause on that specifically to do a wider reach. And so now the bill was brought back, and now it is for every workplace, for this to be every workplace. I wasn't at a point where I was willing to go that far with this ordinance, and so we did want to start somewhere, and because there was already some headway that has been made with this having this conversation as it relates to establishments that sell on-site alcohol consumption, this is where we started. We do have a commitment. There are approximately, we've identified 540 establishments that would be subject to this bill. So we do have commitment from Fresno County Health Department to supply that first round. The goal is to have it into every establishment applicable to this ordinance by July 4th of this year. This would also be a requirement for any new establishment that opens up that would have an ABC license to give them permission to sell alcohol for on-site consumption as well.
Additional question, does this ordinance require the city to have NorCal in our facilities since we're an employer? And there's on-site consumption sometimes in this building when there's events. Is this going to require Soundrina Convention Center that serves on-site consumption to also have it? I guess what I'm asking is if we're willing to impose this on mom and pop restaurants, why not impose it ourselves?
That's a great question, and this ordinance would be applicable to ABC licenses that do serve on-site consumption, and so I believe we do have a couple city facilities. I do not know if City Hall has an ABC license to serve on-site alcohol, so I don't believe City Hall itself would be subject.
But when we have special events, then special events are required to have license. Like, for example, let's take City Hall out of the picture. Convention Center, city facility. It serves alcohol. It has ABC license. Soundrina, city facility. Cocky's city facility. So are we also requiring those city facilities to have NorCal on
So
site?
it's not the facility that maintains the license, it's the establishment.
Correct.
So for instance, Selin Arena would be the concessionaire, so who has the ABC license.
This ordinance require the concessionaire in our city facilities to have this drug?
I'll have to.
That's correct, council member.
It
So
would?
Cocky's would be, yes, so Salandrina would
So
be, it would be the
Pardini's-
carrier.
So Pardini's at the convention center in Salandrina would be required to have this. Chichansi, the Grizzlies would be required to have it at the stadium? I'd like confirmation of
Yes,
that.
no, if they're selling and serving, then they would. And there is a provision in here that I would argue exempts City Hall, businesses that only incidentally serve alcohol for sampling purposes, et cetera, would be excluded from the ordinance.
I'm leaning more the other way. If we're gonna impose this on, businesses, I think we ought to be willing to impose it ourselves. So one, I want clarity and confirmation that
We can get that confirmation for you,
that
Councilmember Arias.
ABC holders in our city facilities, Grizzly Stadium, Salandrina, Convention Center, would all be required to follow this ordinance. And secondly, if we have data of where it is that, because my understanding, most fentanyl overdoses or the use of Narcan that's taking place is with the unhoused community. And I don't even believe our shelters have this level of medication available to them. I don't believe we even have them in warming center or cooling centers when we have this population that we know is coming in from the streets high on drugs. So if we're trying to tackle the problem, I'd like to see us have this medication on site when we're serving the population that we know is in the highest propensity of being victimized by these drugs, which is warming centers, cooling centers, emergency shelters. So, City Manager, can you get back to us on whether we have this drug available in any of those facilities currently?
I will. I don't think we do.
Okay.
And if it is your intent to go down that path, I respectfully would request more than 120 days because we'd have to go back and meet and confer with our employee unions in order to include that as part of responsibility. So it would take us a little bit more time to get through the meet and confer process if that's the direction you choose to go.
Our shelters and our warming centers are not operated by city employees, they're outsourced. So couldn't we, cooling centers? Yeah. So I'm supportive of the concept, but I want to get to as close as possible to the root cause and the source of the fatalities, which I believe we can't do without targeting our homeless population that are not utilizing dining restaurants and nightclubs. And secondly, I want to make sure that whatever we impose on businesses, we're willing to self-impose on ourselves in our own city facilities. So I know we have, like, for example, at Woodward Park, they have concerts, and they have an ABC license when they have those concerts. Roding Park, they have the same thing. Southwest Regional, they have the same thing. So if we're going to host concerts with 10,000 people at Granite Park or Woodward Park, and mom and pop nightclub has to have this drug, then I would assume that we would also want that drug available at those concert events and venues. If not, then I don't think we really can be that as good as effective as we want to be. That's my comments for now.
Yeah, and we can provide clarity. This is just an introduction, so it will come back for a second reading. I agree with you, council member. I think we should extend access to this in as many places as possible. I have it in my own office, so we do have at least one Narcan, 2 bottles of Narcan in City Hall. I know all of our officers carry Narcan as well, is what I was told. Up next, we have City Attorney. Did you want to say a few more words?
Yeah, just to reiterate, this is the first reading, like you said, Council President. If we make any significant changes between now and the next meeting, it's going to require yet another meeting after that, just a heads up.
Councilmember Carbasi.
Okay, yeah, I just want us to be very careful about expanding the scope here. I think that we are specifically we're specifically focusing on establishments that have an ABC license, where it's not like a one-day license or a one-event license. It's a regular course of business. And I just double-checked. We're asking them at no charge to them, but in the future, if there's a charge, it would cost less to have 2 doses of Narcan than it does to get your commercial fire extinguisher. And we're talking about saving a life, not just property. So again, I'm happy to move forward and support this item today.
Thank you, Councilmember. This is for item 2K. I have a motion by myself and a second by Council Vice President Carbasi. Any objections? Any objections to item 2K? All right, item passes 6-1. 5-2? Item passes 5-2. Councilmember Arias and Councilmember Bredefield voted no. All right, we're going to move on to unscheduled communication. Would any member of the public like to speak on any issue within the jurisdiction of the council? You have 3 minutes. Please come up at this time. See none. Do we have anyone on Zoom who wishes to speak at this time? This is unscheduled communication.
Yes, first up we have Gerald Howell.
Good morning, Gerald.
Hi.
Good afternoon, Gerald. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Gerald Ray Howell. I'm the Chief Information Officer for Danger Aware. We're a 501c3 organization for the prevention of abuse here in Fresno. On the subject just before lunch concerning violence prevention, I would think 2N is what I'm referring to. Danger Aware is located in the 7th District. Our building and our store where we sell donated goods is on Fresno Street, directly across from the VA hospital, on the corner of Terrace. I would like to inform you that all Danger Aware will have its 3rd year anniversary next week, and we are working to change the paradigm of abuse awareness. What has got to do with violence prevention? Everything. Because my research has shown that there is a 50-50 chance that anyone will become an abuser of some type, physical, mental, emotional, etc. They're all forms of the same basic processes, that of an abuser slowly testing how far they can get away with things. So what is the actual reason that abuse spans not only the poor, but the rich, the highly connected, and the homeless? It really doesn't matter how you slice humanity into groups. The ratio of abusers to non-abusers is going to be near 50-50. So what can we do? How can we change that paradigm of the human condition? We must educate our children at a very young age to recognize manipulative techniques and how to call them out. What is the easiest way to educate? Through play and entertainment. And that is what Danger Aware is doing. We only embed about 10% of abuse awareness material into our games and content. Because if you try to force awareness onto someone, it's often rejected or not taken seriously. But if you provide games where the antagonists are exaggerated for effect and the hero learns that calling out abuse early is better than later, then children will remember those lessons. That is what we are doing. We are preventing abuse by educating through play and entertainment. We have an ebook which started all of this, and we have comics, games, contests, coloring pages, and more, all with the intent to subtly provide personal rights information and explanations of how to call out the early stages of abuse so that later stages are prevented. We invite all of you to our offices to see what we are doing. Come to our anniversary gala dinner at the Regency Event Center next Thursday evening. You can get tickets online or at our store for $25. Children under 12 are get in free. We will be giving away donated door prizes to adults and children, and we will be having a silent auction of very nice donated goods. And we are auctioning off original prints of some of our Bagillager characters. So please come and help us change the paradigm of abuse awareness. And we would really like to see Mr. Esperanza stop in and help let Fresno know we are here. And of course, any funding we would get would help advance our mission. Thank you.
Next up, we have Miss 5250.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm concerned. You guys had the victim thing this morning. I'm a victim of the assault by my neighbor that was committed in front of a Fresno City code enforcement officer, and nothing's been done. I don't even know his name. I'm not allowed to have his name. I'm not allowed to have the body cam video. Mr. Elizondo stood in front of you guys on the official record and said that he was assaulted by Jerry Dyer with the unwanted bear hug that pinned his arms against his body and lifted him off the ground. He told you he was injured. Paco was in the room, and I guess because it happened in the lobby, we need to be able to see what's going on in that lobby, because apparently the CCTV video was broken that day. How convenient that we can't see that old man struggling to get out of Jerry Dyer's grip. And just for the record, Jerry Dyer does not have permission to ever touch me. I know for a fact that Des Martinez has told him to never touch her. And I saw him put his hand on her back during that photo op when she was Woman of the Year. I think he was trying to trigger her, because nobody mentioned her name in the last meeting either. That's very odd to me. Lisa Flores, does anybody want to do a welfare check or something? Does anybody know where Lisa is? Because she doesn't miss a meeting. Okay, Anna, I had a comment on one of my videos asking why you were 12 years old. Looked like you were 12. You would not be nominated vice president. You're, first out the gate, and then, so you could become president and screw District 6 out of their chance. Because, the only Republican, you guys don't think that that's abstain from all appearance of evil. You guys are sitting under an In God We Trust that is fairly new, by the way, like within the last 10 years or something. But you got Jordan Wamhoff, who's you're on the FPD payroll, and the flood district, the air district, all of that stuff includes Madera, the continuum of care. So not only does a guy that shouldn't be mayor have too much influence over Fresno, he's got influence over Madera too. Jordan Wamhoff should not be allowed to keep his job while he is sitting on the Board of Supervisors for Madera.
Next up, we have Bob McCloskey.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to thank the council for passing the Narcan issue. I think Mr. Bradfield has it wrong when he tries to say that people that are drug users, it's a choice. I mean, this is an addiction out there. I can tell you, I was at a warming center and a young man was turning blue, passed out. People are running around yelling, anybody have some Narcan? The guy was basically dying, and somebody fortunately had some before the paramedics got there. Now, this has happened one time that I've seen at these warming centers. I think it's an assumption to assume that only homeless people use these drugs. And it's rare that it happens in front of you, but you want to have some available. Let me rest assured, it's a scary thing. And for liquor stores to have this is good, but I doubt if it'll be a common occasion where somebody actually, passes out in the store. I've seen it rarely, but actually, if you look at the stats, middle-class people use more drugs than poor people and homeless people. It's a fact. Because, for one thing, they can afford it more. I just wanted to talk briefly about rent control and poverty. There was a study in 2023 of the UC San Francisco that found that homelessness, that money, more than addiction, mental health, poor decision, or other factors, is the main cause of potential solution to homelessness. Most people that were in this study in the prior 6 months only made $960 a month. Now, the median rent for a two-bedroom in California is nearly 3 times that. In the California Housing Partnership Corporation found that people need to earn at least 23 an hour, 1.6 times the state minimum wage to afford the average monthly rent of $1,312. In Fresno County, they found that 37,000 low-income renter houses do not have access to affordable care, and nearly 17,000 homes are at risk are becoming unaffordable. I say that in the context of the rising people on the streets, because we need to try to do something. Rent stabilization and rent control, it's past time that we do that. We're seeing people being exited from the different shelters by Turning Point and Elevate to make their numbers look good, because there's time limits. But we've been telling you folks for 2 years that we have to have a plan when these motel shelters are converted to affordable housing. Now, I know that Miguel already.
Next up, we have Des Martinez.
Hello. 1.24 million individuals in California depend on SSI, comprising of 580,000 seniors and over 100,000 children with disabilities. Consider the potential increase on homelessness figures next year and in the next 5 to 10 years without housing units available. Fresno County and Fresno City needs to start putting a cap on building. If you're going to be a new builder here in Fresno, you need to start adding affordable housing units. California has seen a rise in homelessness in the past year. Over 120,000 newly unhoused individuals have been recognized by HUD. In 2022, approximately over 111,000 individuals experienced homelessness in California, with 47% of them being age 50 or above, which equates to the estimate 53,000 older adults who have spent the night on the streets. This will lead to a higher number of warmth and food fires if housing is not built faster and rent is not capped ASAP. Unfortunately, the numbers of deaths on California streets is increasing yearly. In Los Angeles alone, 900 unhoused, 900 people died on the streets of LA, highlighting the severity of the issues within just one county in California. Why is Fresno County keeping its numbers a secret? We all recognize that fires involving burning plastic or rubber are detrimental to our community. Instead of advocating for a citywide campfire ban, which could lead to frustration and harm within our unhoused community, let's work together to address the issues and prevent fires that damage structures. The focus should not be on fires caused by the unhoused, but rather on vacant lots. A good starting point would be to introduce an ordinance requiring all property owners secure their vacant lots with fences, like the California state law says, with no trespassing signs. It is important for the city leaders to collaborate with the community to find solutions and make Fresno a safer place. We need to remember the promises you all made, listening to the community, made during your election campaigns, and we're working together for a positive change rather than pursuing personal agendas. Are you truly serving Fresno community, or are you prioritizing your personal interest over community well-being? It's very disheartening that the comments that were made, the suggestions about the warming fires, we did not need because we had warming centers. But because of all you and your decisions, our warming centers have been closed this whole year except for 3 times. The fire department understands the difference between those in need of warmth and those causing harm. Instead of restricting fires, focus on creating more housing, higher paying jobs, addressing high utility costs, collaborate with the community to prevent destructive behavior, and help us fight for essential resources at the state level for continuous funding for all of our community and housing for all. Having an affordable place to live enables individuals to afford essentials like medication, food, gas, or even bus fare to appointments. But it also ensures that they don't have to worry about utilities being shut off.
Next up, we have Tanya Pendon.
Hi, I would like to talk about the violence prevention as 2N. I know Carbasi stated that, we want to prevent an incident like this from ever happening again. And I think it's important to remember to stay realistic. I mean, whether you're working with programs like Advanced Peace, or you're working with corrections, or you're working with officers, or like even where I worked in the state hospital system, you're always going to have staff members that are going to cross that line. And so I think it's important that when we set an agenda for this, we kind of keep that in mind.
Lastly, we have Candace Crowley.
Hello there. Thank you all for showing up today. I know it's hard to do your jobs and to cover everything that is of problems with Fresno. I'm just observing, obviously, just someone from being in the shelter programs and being a part of it. It is testing and very, very trying to prevent going back to homelessness when there's bigger things at hand that prevent us from being able to resist being kicked out or not being represented fully. It's we're out here, a number of friends. Once again, thank you all for addressing the number of people who have met their demise out here waiting for programs to change, waiting for members to change their minds and change their hearts about what's most necessary in the community to get done. The Narcan issue is a big one. We're out here using it, read the box. It's simple, I'm not sure, who that would touch, but, a couple of friends, have been at risk of losing their lives due to the fentanyl used. We're out here, just trying to wait, I guess. I don't know what was waiting about, but it is a need to get more informed about, city issues and things that, big spenders worry about, and it is an issue. I'll just thank you all for, doing the best that you can. And seeing that each and every one of these issues gets touched on, at least mentioned, never forgetting about the endless people who are, losing their lives and stuff, while we wait for, somebody to come up with a resolution. So thank you all for working together. And, the Good Samaritan law, I know somebody has access to Google, just Google it. It's right there. The answer's right there, Nobody has to not know anything on this panel. Nobody has to not understand if, shelters have Narcan or not. Nobody has to sit there and not know anything. So this is a professional, this professional critiquing. Please avoid, during these issues and these very trying issues, very, very touchy issues, avoid that word, I don't know. Everybody at all costs. It's triggering. But thank you guys for your time and, have a great day.
We have one more, Matthew Gillian. I guess Matthew doesn't want to speak.
Any additional speakers?
That's all we have online.
All right, so that concludes our unscheduled communication for today. That also includes our open session portion. And so at this time, we're going to transition into closed session. City Attorney, is there anything you need to report?
Yes, thank you, Council President. Today in closed session, we have conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Georgette Purnell versus R.T. Mora. We will not have any reportable items after closed session.
Thank you, everyone, for attending today, and have a great evening.